friends. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. I got something in my eyeball. My finger. I got something in my eyeball. Hey, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Let's see who we have here. Michelle. Hey, Michelle. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Miss King. Margaret, you did make it on time, ma'am. Ween baby. Morgana, banana, kale. Teacher's running late and the kids are running amok. Amok, amok, amok. You just threw a paper airplane. You're the cutest. Good morning, Cynthia Boojak. Good morning. Hey, Michelle. My collagen is in my coffee this morning. Well, it was. It's not now. I drank my first cup. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oh, no. Margaret's got a meeting. Hey, Sherry. Good morning, Sherry. Hi, everyone. All right. Are we ready to get started with day number, what is this? Day number 5? Let me scooch the camera back so we can find where we need to be. Why is it being silly? Hold on, I gotta find the spot where they start. I'm so confused. Hold on a minute. Oh, and lots of other things were going on this morning. We had Lori Vallow Daybell and Karen Reed. Okay, this is being wonky. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Why is this being wonky donkey? Why is it showing that there's only 30 some minutes? I'm really confused. I was literally watching this a while ago. Why is it being weird on my computer? Hold on a minute. Something's being janky. You guys, bear with me for just a minute. They have took out today's morning stuff. They have like completely they've done something with the stream. Let me go to Court TV real quick. Hold on. Hey, LaTanya. Good morning. Hey, Donnie. She is spicy, LaTanya. You're not even lying. That's the truth. She's something. Okay, let me go to Court TV real quick because Law and Crime Network done something with this whole morning. It's like gone. The stream is there and it says that they started 4 hours ago, but when you like go back to the beginning, it's nothing but the emblem on the wall. It's like they've completely took out the whole. Ooh, I just saw something on the headline news thing that says 22 hours ago, though. It says Gene Hackman's wife called the medical concierge before she died. Okay, that's weird. Right? Okay. And there's a new trial that starts today, too. Looks like North Dakota versus Nicole Rice. Toxic roommate murder trial. Ooh. Apparently, this murder happened in 2007, and they've just now arrested. Was it 2007 or 2017? I think they said 2007 is what I read earlier. All right, let me open this link up. See, it looks like they're doing the same thing. What in this world? It's only 35 minutes long. They've done the same thing. They've like completely ended. Nope, that says day 4. Wait a minute. Well, there is no day 5 up on Court TV now. You guys, what in the world? Hey, Mary Lou. Hey, Brenda. Day 5 was on. Day 5 was on, and I was watching it. It was like a 3 some hour long stream, and I was listening to the whole morning argument. Like the judge denied the the motion that they filed for like putting some. Counsel, I understand you wanted to speak to me before we get started. Okay, so looks like they're getting started back after lunch. It looks like they've cut everything out prior to lunch. So, but the judge had dismissed or denied the where they wanted to put some sort of wording in about a missing witness. They have suspended the afternoon. What do you mean, Miss King? I'm so confused. Like, is today a donezo? Are we done for today? Is that what happened? Is that what's going on? I'm super confused. I don't think so, LaTanya. I don't think that the victim testified. Hold on, let me cut out some of these tabs that I've got up. Let's see what they're saying.
Oh, your client's still coming. Do you need him?
Let me share this real quick. They've dismissed for the day to get paperwork together and we'll have motions in the morning. Good gravy. Good gravy. Let's go ahead and just share this and we'll see what the judge says here. This was just a few minutes ago, so this was like they just came back from, I think, their lunch break or whatever. So we'll see what they say.
Oh, by the way, I heard this one juror they're still waiting on. They just texted him. I expect he'll be back in a moment.
Right now we're editing a clip that we can play to the jury
Okay.
where we know it's clean, if we've got any objections. So
Oh, great.
I want to sure get in there.
Okay.
We'll have to mark this and post it after this. Or we can have to mark it. We're doing it right now.
And is there agreement from the state?
Yes.
Very good. All right. How much longer do you think that's going to take? Of text? Okay. 15 minutes probably. You can probably do a page a minute. All right. Then what we'll do, as I said, we're still waiting on a juror who... Oh, jurors are all back. So I'm happy to give it a few more minutes, especially because that sounds like that'll expedite things.
Yes, Donnie, that was yesterday.
All right. I'm going to step off the bench to let you all continue that. Let court officers know, if you could, when you're ready. And I'm going to let the jurors know that we'll be starting shortly. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like they are still on. Miss King says, I think I was wrong. That was day 4. Yeah, so they ended for the day. Yesterday was going to be an early day anyway, but then they didn't end up having, any testimony because they just argued about the victim testifying, not testifying, and then the judge was going to come back today and make his determination about the wording for the jury instructions about that. And that's what he did this morning. And then there was some more argument, some more, jibber jabber about, not early argument, but some more something by the state that they were talking about some testimony from a police officer or an investigator, or I think it was one of the officers that came to the scene. And they were discussing things concerning his testimony because he was going to be the next witness. And then that was the last I saw before I got to come on here. And then whenever we went to stream all of that, from this morning, it was gone. It was El Gano. So. Looks like we're only going to have afternoon stuff. So maybe that dude, the police officer, maybe they didn't have any testimony yet at all. I don't know. Let me go to the Twitters and look. Let me just do that. Hold on. Let me put I have my seeing eyeglasses on now. I need my reading eyeglasses on. All right. Twitter. Hey, David. Good to see you. Hello. Lurk away, mister. Lurk away. We like the lurkers, too. All right. Mm. Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis said Lori's assistant counsel just said Lori Vallow is likely to testify. Ha ha ha. Of course she would, right? Well, I'm trying to find something regarding this. All the tweets. Are concerning Karen Reed and Lori Vallow. So let me just kind of scroll through this mess, this mumbo jumbo. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I'm not seeing anything. Let me do a search real quick. Well, this is just fun stuff. Fun stuff this morning, right? Oh, your favorite place to lurk. Yay, I love that. Judge told her it can't be in narrative form, that her legal assistant has to ask her the questions. Oh, nice. Nice. If it would have been a narrative form, they would have been there for the 6 weeks for sure. All right, so let me use a hashtag. What are they calling that? Cynthia, that is the worst. I haven't seen the new documentary yet, but I did see something that Jesse Weber from Law and Crime put out yesterday, I think, or the day before. And I would love to read the daughter, Sherry Frankie's book. Because she put out a book with a lot of details talking about Ruby and Jody's relationship and how it wasn't just a professional relationship. But, yeah. And something about Jody acting like demon possessed or something, which I believe she probably is, but so is Ruby. You can't tell me that neither one of them ain't got a demon or two inside of them, because they are some vile people. Anybody that could do something like that to your own children, they don't never need to see the light of day again. They are in the documentary. Chad. His name is Chad. Strangely, right? Because I'm telling you, if that little boy had not escaped that house and went to the neighbors, it wouldn't have been very much longer before Ruby and Jody would have been digging holes in their backyard, putting them children in it, but just like Lori and Chad Daybell. It's like Chad and Lori Daybell the second. Man. QUE. Latest. I'm not seeing anything as to why um yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter as to why this is what's happening today in this trial. So Cynthia said, I saw that too. The documentary goes into the details. My goodness, you are right. Yeah. I think that they get to like go in front of the parole board in like 10 years or something. I, I pray to God that they don't ever let them out. Ugh. Okay, let me type the other guy's name in. Kyle Violette. Latest. Mm. Nothing. Nope, nothing. So I guess we'll just sit here and wait. And yeah. Um, Chad said they hope they're in there at least until all the kids are over 18. Well, yeah, for sure. And I don't know who has custody of them. I mean, who the kids are in the care of right now. Are they with the dad, Kevin? I would. I'm sorry. I would hope not. Donnie says, I didn't realize the strange relationship with Jody. It was weird. I think that they sought Jody out with hopes that they would, camera's moving, as a therapist sort of thing. And then it turned into, they started this like professional business therapy podcasty business called Connections. And then that sort of twisted into something else. And Sherry had even said, I think in her book, that, you know, Jody and Ruby, because of their religion, are like outwardly anti anything like gay, but inwardly, in their home, in their bedroom, Sherry's like, it's obvious, you know, something's going on. David thinks they're with Kevin. Okay. I mean, okay. Sherry had him for a while. How many underage are there? Because there was it 6 kids? Because their old channel name used to be, what, 8 passengers? And now... Hold on, we're getting some audio. I got to get some hand cream. There are 4. Okay. They have to be, like, completely brainwashed, you know? Completely brainwashed. Ugh. Donnie said, yes, Mormons' beliefs are so strict. The attainment of perfection is real. I worked with quite a few. It sounds pretty stressful, in my opinion. So, I mean, I don't know what it is about the Mormon religion that makes, and I'm saying this as respectfully as I can. I don't know why it seems to be the Mormon religion that everybody goes hog wild crazy from. Like, it's like they veer off the normal Mormon practices into these real weird offshoots of beliefs and religions or cults. I don't believe that I don't know because I've not studied it, but I know that how do I even want to say this? I don't know. I just don't know how they do that. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they get off. Why that's like the religion that gets off kilter so much and goes in so many different wonky directions with their beliefs. Brenda said, in my opinion, they take their doctrine and twist it. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's bad people in every religion, right? Every religion, you know, is going to have some bonkers people in it. But, David, I know I kind of feel that way at the same time. But I also know some very good Mormon people. You know what I mean? I mean, I have a very small handful of friends or acquaintances that are Mormon. And they're good people. We have one family friend who, you know, did the whole thing where they went, like, and he did the whole, what is it that you call it when, I forget what he called it, where he would dress in the suits and walk, the young boys would walk from house to house and like try to, what baby? Poppy's in here in the bed asleep. But it's just, I don't know. On a mission, is that what they call it? I don't know. Missions. Yeah. Oh, Brenda, really? Your cousin is strict Mormon? Brenda said, I think it's because it's not just the Bible. They have the Book of Mormon. Yeah. Yeah. Donnie said, I agree, Jenny. In my opinion, disclaimer, it is a man-made religion. David personally thinks all religions are cults. Well, I went when I was young, like in my teens, early 20s. Can you hear that? Can you hear that, Michelle? Bingo, and Bingo was his name. Sorry. Daddy finger, daddy finger. Mommy finger, mommy finger. She's in there with her TV stuff on, I know. Watch me get copyright struck. Brenda said I couldn't conform to the perfection. I don't know. I mean, I have my own personal beliefs on matters, obviously, but you know, I would never want to shame anyone or disrespect anyone for their own personal religious or spiritual beliefs. Unless that religion tells you to go out and unalive people. Then I will judge you for that. Well, I shouldn't judge them because that's not my job. That's God's job. But you know what I'm saying. They believe that in life you should be as perfect as you can be to reach the highest levels in heaven. Yeah. It's interesting to study. It's a very young religion. Look up Joseph Smith. He was the founder, I believe, in the middle 1800s. It's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I've seen and heard a lot of things. And, of course, through the Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell trial, we got a lot of information, from their beliefs and stuff. And about Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon and all that stuff. But I don't know. I will say, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Okay? That's what I'm doing. Me and my house, we serve the Lord. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I watched a program on Peacock called The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Now that was interesting. Ooh, I bet. And you know what, Brenda? They should have been the wives of Cody Brown. I love Sister Wives. I love that show. I have gotten so lost on it though since um Christine left. I haven't really watched since. Ay ay ay. Margaret says, remember, I have Mormon relatives. They do have a lot of strict teachings that I never could quite keep track of. Right. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Latter-day Saints is an arm of the religion where you marry multiple women. Okay. So, Cody Brown is LDS then. Hey, Kel, member for 5 months. Member for 5 months. Let's get some sparkle up in here. Thank you, ma'am. I love those membership milestone chats. Love them. David said it just seems too many religions preach hate rather than acceptance and kindness. The Mormon Church claims to no longer look down upon homosexuality, but in truth, behind doors, they disparage it. Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior. Yep. They're no longer sister wives, right? Yeah. So funny. I do love that show, though. I follow a lot of them on Instagram. I always liked Mary. I always liked Mary. Never was a fan of Robin. Still am not, but I think most people aren't. I don't know. Audio. We have
She's
audio.
reviewing it to make sure it's, or is it still recording it? Oh, I see. All right, I'm just getting concerned. All right, we'll just, hopefully it won't be too much longer. Okay, that's okay. Very good.
Well, what are we doing now? So he was on the bench, and now he's gone again. Hi, cameraman. Hi. Hi. What are you doing, sir? Dead. I am dead. Oh, I'm getting a cramp up under my boob. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm getting a cramp. Oh my God, that was Oh, I feel like he got all up in my business, didn't you? Like I felt the heat on his Wow. Oh my God. That was the best. I saw his hawk. Me too, David. Oh my God. That was the best. That was great. Oh my God. I got to wipe the tears out of my eyeballs. Oh, I gotta clip that. Somebody's gotta clip that. That was so funny. He needed more scope today, right? I know. Oh my God, I could smell the onions from whatever he had for lunch. Hmm. Oh my God. Oh, uh, that was the best. That was the best. Thank you, cameraman. You made all of our day. Oh, my word. Oh, my God. Poor David. Uh, uh. All right, come on, yo. Let's go. Let's go. I am behind, like, what? Like a minute and a half. Oh my God. I don't like this waiting. I don't like this waiting. Mm. Coffee breath. Coffee breath. Cynthia said, I think I woke up my son from laughing so hard. That was epic. I was like, surely he's not going to. And here he comes. I felt like it was that bad date. You remember that one bad date that you had when the dude comes in for the kiss and you're like, no. Did you text them to hurry up? No, no. I did not. I should have though. I need long crime phone. I need their phone number. Or the judge's phone number. That's whose phone number I need. You guys, I've got one of these. I need to use it. I bought this a while back, and I still have not used it. Hold on, and I'll show you. I think I showed you guys and told you I was going to use it one weekend, like a couple months ago, and I haven't done it yet. This foot mask. Yeah. Morgana says, I'm not a dentist, sir. That should qualify as a SA charge. Oh my God. And you turn your face real quick and they get your cheek instead. Right, Brenda? It's an exfoliating foot mask. Brenda, let me see. Vitamasks Foot Ultra Peel. Exfoliating foot mask. These are the ones that after a few days, the skin starts peeling off. It's kind of creepy, actually. First time I ever used one, it freaked me all the way out. I thought my feet were rotting off of my body. I didn't know that it was supposed to do that. But yeah, massive skin peelage on those feet. Yeah, right, Cynthia. He'd be like, no, ew. Because they're slimy feeling. Kind of slimy feeling like the masks you put on your face. You know how slimy feeling they are? And then there's socks, too, Cynthia. They're like little booties that you wear. Made with AHA, BHA, PHA, fruit, enzyme, coconut, and pineapple extract. On the top corner here, it says stronger peeling formulation. QB'd probably help you put it on, right? QB hates feet. And it actually says, too, your feet will start peeling over 3 to 7 days to reveal inviolably baby soft skin. And it also says on here too, recommended use every 1 to 2 months. You don't want to use them like weekly because then you would peel every layer of skin you have on your feet. Yeah, Cynthia, yeah. You just put the booties on your feet. Yeah. Bought some face masks for the next time we do those for the cafe part. You haven't done that in a while. I have some. I have some in there, and I have some of the little comma shaped pads that go under your eyes. Castor oil at night with socks. It's amazing. Ooh. Can you all hear her in the background? 765, 765, 765, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's schedule a date for us to do these together. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. All right, looks like they're waiting for the judge to come back. Ugh. Okay, here he comes.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Very good. Let's bring the jury out,
Are
please.
you sure? Are we sure we're ready to proceed? Because y'all have had a time of it today. Y'all wore me all the way out.
Yes.
I want a walkie-talkie. They have a walkie-talkie on saying, jurors, get your butts in here. Judge, get your butt in here. 10-4. Your hair looks wet, Mr. Defendant. Looks like he probably. Well,
All rise, jury entering.
does it look wet or does it look oily? Would it still be wet, considering it's almost 2 o'clock in the daytime?
Please be seated.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the continuation of the cross-examination of this witness. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and,
Okay, so he
Thank you,
just
Judge.
said continuation of cross examination. So we missed an entire direct. We missed the whole like direct examination of this witness. So now I'm mad.
Detective, let me just get a little introduction of what we're going to be doing here. We're going to play some of the video that was captured on your cam that evening, I believe, right?
Yes, sir.
And it starts at 10:17:09 p.m. and it's dated the 4th of April, and the location is 41/43 Summer Street. That's what we got going, and you're aware of what we're about to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me give a little introduction here. It's going to take about, I think, 25 minutes total recording. Some of it is dead time. You'll see some transport and detective. Some of it will be a muted body cam. Can you tell the jury why that happens? I mean, we're not trying to sneak around here. Just want to make sure.
Sure. Sometimes we'll mute a body cam when we're by our personal spaces. People have family photos. There's other case information that necessarily we don't want getting out.
But can you tell us generally what we're about to see? We're going to see a bit of the transport and the initial processing. Can you explain to the jury where we're going to go, what we're going to be in, etc.?
Sure. So as we kind of previously had talked about, this is going to show my initial response, showing up on the scene, and the actual transport of Jason back to the police station and then transporting him up on the elevator to get back upstairs.
Okay. And can we assure the jury that they're going to be able to see some questioning, but they'll be able to see the condition that Jason was in on that evening when the questioning began?
You'll be able to see Jason before he was interviewed, yes.
Thank you. If we could start that up. I'm not going to say a word during this. Afterwards, I may have some questions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Step down.
Yes, sir.
Just so the record is clear, this is a full exhibit, correct?
That is correct.
Defendant, the That's the height of one of those council.
So I'm just getting here. I don't know what's going on. So just so you know, you're just being detained at this point, okay? I have to check that. Sorry, I can't hear it. Oh, no worries. That's what we get paid to do. So we're gonna just head back to the station. We'll kind of talk there just because it's kind of not the best environment with people yelling and stuff like that. And we'll kind of talk over there. Get out of the weather too, you know, stay dry. 6 vehicles. We transported one fail, it's being ordered, and to be approved tunnel.
Okay.
Six years of fathers. We're gonna make it, nothing nice people. Six vehicles, 7. Sally, please. No, you're fine. Any injuries, anything you need enough to check out? Anything that changes, you want to do anything? Incoming. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough before I was a cop. I did construction and I need some guys that not plowing, but show where the plow trucks. That's some more work. Yeah. So we'll head upstairs. Yeah, I'll get you a couple orders. Something like that. You want water? You want coffee? I just want to. Yeah, no problem. Plan all day too. You want any food, right? Okay, yeah, I can make sure that happens.
The one that was on the stand the other day, Donnie?
Yeah, Mr. Dave, we'll wait for the other item come on the board.
If that's who you mean, this is a different
So let me know when you're
different
good.
guy.
Upstairs, and there's chairs and table. Okay, I just thought if you just want you know, not okay. What's up? I think I'm sorry. Okay. How much do you want the elevator? As soon as we go upstairs, we'll be chairs and tables. How much you sit down? And if you feel like you want us to check you out, something like that, more than welcome to ask me. I will make sure to mess up those.
You're welcome. He's equally as handsome, so, you know.
Sometimes it's your body that has stress. Do you have any medical conditions or anything? No. Are you good walking for a second? Just get to the chair. I'll help you up. You're not fat. Yep. And then head right into this one right here. And sit over there. It's fine. I'll get you some water to relax some nerves a little bit. So this room is also video audio filtered. I can see you for 1 second. I'll give you a cup of water. I just want to make sure this is on. Let me come down here. Do you mind actually, you go downstairs, there's a kitchen. Just go right downstairs. There's a kitchen and a cabinet offers you the house, the bigger house. You get that, just go somewhere. This one. Nice. Still doing okay? So, okay, you find out. No, it's over the article. So if you give me food, that's fine. This is food. Yeah, I see. Cats. So he's going to get you some food, and then the other guy's getting some water. I know it's especially plowing all day. Long day. I'll take the cuts off. Yep. Slim didn't work? The food? That works. You don't have any food allergies or anything like that? Do you do like commercial, residential kind of combination? Okay. How long have you done that? Do you work for them for outside snow, or is it just what's it like your day to day? What do you do for like a day? Oh, nice. Where do you do that? Okay. Yep. Right on 108 there. Yeah. How long have you been doing do you experience all these? How long have you been doing that? For years, months, yeah. All that's via sound or? Okay. Again, if you feel like you need EMS or you just want water, so I'm going to stand up, take the cross off. So if they'll get not making that back. Why did I sit back down? Just because I want you to fall. Yeah, no, it's traumatic, I'm sure. So you can sit, see, and if you want to take your footy off, that'll make you calm. Looks like you got some blood on your hand and others. Food. And if anything changes, you feel like you're getting too lightheaded, let me know. Yep, so just gonna go over some paperwork and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know, I hear you. I just want to make sure that you're wearing your rights and everything else too. You know, you sound pretty straight up honest. It sounds like this was kind of like something happened that wasn't planned, is what it seems like. So I just want to get, you know, there's two sides to the story. So I just want to hear what your version of events and we'll kind of go from there. But well, make sure that you're fully aware of what's going on before we're going to talk. So make sure you get a second to compose yourself for some words. Especially if you have one. My apologies, I don't even know my first name. It's just Jason. Jason J. Yeah, I mean, you want to have the future cycle everything. I'm just gonna check on you. You're good to just hang out here. You get anything like some terms of yours, I'd like to just show. Like I said, help yourself to the beef jerky steak and water. Kind of all the But you won't lay down on the floor, it's fine. You feel like you're going to pass out? Do you want any mess? You know. Okay. No, I just want to just talk to this guy while he's still going and talk to this guy. All right. I'm going to take mine off, yeah. Do you have the cameras up? Yeah, if you want to try and get that up too, I'll just be. I can't open that key anymore anyway. Can I, if the room's video record, I can stop the body camera. That's fine, right? I'll just record on my phone too, or should I? Do you have that mount? I think mine's on my desk for the other one. Yeah, just put it on the table. Do that. Alright. Why don't you go do Flather's desk? And I'll show you as far as getting the computer set up so we can watch. Here. I don't. So then, okay. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to share on this one. This is the primary person. J. Davis. J. L-E-V-E-S. I'm going to ask Levesque. Which one? In a different one. Because we're going to make something on both those lines. You want that song here or you want something else? All right. I don't know if we need anything else. Yeah. And you said we're going to sell how tall? 6 foot.
Melinda. Good to see you. Hello, dearie.
Right now. Okay, we started that video at 4143 Summer Street at around 10:17 p.m. and it ends about a half hour later, approximately. Okay?
Okay.
And that's just the beginning of your contact with Jason on April 4th, 2024, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what he looked at like at the very beginning of your contact.
Yes, sir.
And how many hours went by before you broke off with Jason?
When I last had contact with him or stopped because we took a number of breaks throughout.
Yeah, when was the end of the interrogation?
The whole body cam footage, I believe, is about 3 hours and 40-something minutes.
Okay, so it went on more than 3 hours from the time it cut off there.
From my initial response time before the camera started rolling for today, all the way till the end of my contact with Jason, yes.
Can we safely assume that he wasn't given like an hour to sleep or anything?
It wasn't a full hour, no.
In fact, basically you would leave the room at times and he would just lay down on the table.
Correct. He had also indicated that he would like to speak with me, so that was part of the other discussion that was going on as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys went through an entire, give and take for quite a long time.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, sir.
Well, I mean, after we cut off on that video, you kind of basically started by building that rapport with him.
We had a conversation and then we started going into some of the details after reading him his Miranda rights.
Yeah, after you gave him his Miranda rights, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And before you gave him his Miranda rights, you kind of did your introductions with him.
Yes.
And you made clear to him that you just wanted to hear his side of the story.
Something to that effect, yes.
Yeah, to the effect of, you knew that it went pretty quick that night, and you just wanted his side of the story.
Correct.
And then you went over the Miranda rights with him, and then he basically said, the floor is yours, tell me what the heck happened, right?
Yes, I left it very open-ended to start, so that way he could tell me what had gone on that night.
What he told you that went on that night was that he was plowing, and plowing in front of his home and the home of the, actually not even plowing in front of the home of the alleged victim.
So he said that he had done a couple passes, so he hadn't really started going too extensive with the plowing, but yes.
He never told you that he was plowing any snow onto the alleged victim's driveway or anything?
He mentioned doing, I believe, if I'm correct, about 2 passes one way and then 1 pass the other. I'm not sure if he went into detail as far as where the snow ended up. If there's a certain line that you want me to reference, I can certainly look at that.
Yeah, but I mean, you actually looked at independent videos and you came to your own conclusion.
At one point later in the interview, I was able to watch some independent video, yes.
Right. And he only plowed up to that utility pole.
Correct.
Right. And that utility pole is on his side, his property.
I'm honestly not sure.
I'm not sure. But it certainly isn't in the driveway of Mr. Violette.
The telephone pole won't be in a driveway, correct?
All right, so he was not plowing snow into the driveway of Mr. Violette, right?
I don't know that.
Well, you do know that. You looked at the videos, you had an opportunity to speak with him, I mean, just photographs. I mean, the whole thing.
Yes, I've watched the video. I can't, personally, I'd have to rewatch it, the video to see if the snow ended up going into the driveway or not.
You recall no such thing happening.
From the vantage point of the camera, I couldn't tell you if the snow ended up in the driveway.
And the jury has access to the videos as well. I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right, but you wanted to know what the contact was with this guy and what happened that night. And he told you that he had just gotten home from picking up his daughter,
Correct.
and that he was a plow guy. He was plowing, and he had a black truck, and he was doing cleanups all day.
Yes.
And he says he's starting to move snow, and all of a sudden, something's going on. He's going outside and he's locking up his hubs, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how he explained that to you, what that was all about?
Yes. So he basically said he has to manually lock the hub, so he would have to get out of his vehicle to basically activate the four-wheel drive in his vehicle.
Right, it was mechanical, it wasn't electronic, it was something he had to actually do manually.
Correct.
He explained that to you.
Yes.
And if you look at the video that the jury has had access to, that would be him bending over near the front of his truck.
That would be consistent with what he's explaining, yes.
And then he describes what happened. He says, all of a sudden, he came from his driveway, which is 43 Summer Street. Now, he, this would be meaning Kyle Violette.
That's my understanding, yes.
And he describes him as having no shirt on, put a shirt on. He was yelling at me that he's going to fucking kill me. Fucking kill my family if I put snow in front of his driveway.
Yes.
That's what he said. Now, this comes out of nowhere, right? He tells you this is like, comes out of nowhere.
Essentially, yes.
And he says he looked at him, and then Kyle gets in his face, and Jason's saying he can't believe what's going on, right?
Is there a specific line that you're asking for?
Line 18, page 18.
18, 18. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Basically says I just kind of looked at him and got in my face even further that I didn't believe him that he's going to fucking kill me and my family.
Yes.
And he says, I don't even know this guy, right?
Correct.
But he goes on to explain something else. What else does he explain?
Is there a specific line?
Can you approach?
He's trying to get him to, say stuff, and this witness is like, is there a specific line you want me to address? Previously plowed snow shoved somewhere is horrid to shovel by hand. It makes it so heavy. Yeah, I just keep thinking that because I know, I think it was the victim's wife, Angela, had mentioned that there was a previous situation involving a plow, the snow plow, that caused them to butt heads before. So I don't know. I don't know. We're in we're in real time now, so I can't fast forward anymore. Doggone it. Every time they zoom in on the side of his face, I'm always like, daggone, that man has got some massive ear holes. He got big ear holes. I find the most random things to I pick out the most random things to talk about. I know. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Brenda. That's sweet, ma'am. I do want things to run smoothly. His bun is slipping. Donnie said I was talking to my sister. She lives in New Hampshire. Word on the street is they had beefs in the past. Some people think he was justified in shooting Kyle. Yikes. Wow. So that's kind of like, really wanted to, I really wanted Kyle to take the stand. I know that people, yesterday when we were talking about all of that, I know people were, saying that that would be hard on a victim and that kind of thing. And I get it. I get it. But I feel like the defendant can't get a fair trial unless people hear from him, you know? I don't know. And also, I think that it would have been nice to have had like character witnesses on of both the defendant and the victim. Like people in the neighborhood, you know? There's definitely a history between the two, yeah. He didn't shoot a snowplow. The dude on the stand, or the dude that's the defendant there with the man bun, is the defendant, and he shot the next door neighbor that came out there. Because what happened was the defendant works as a snowplow driver, and he had been working, and when he got home, he was making passes in front of his house to clear the snow from the driveways and stuff, right? Well, he was plowing the snow toward the next door neighbor's driveway. It didn't go over to the driveway, but Anyway, the next door neighbor comes out of his house that night and has words with the plow driver, the dude that, is sitting there. And the dude that is sitting there, the defendant, says that the next door neighbor didn't just have words with him. He basically threatened to kill him and his family. And he pulls out his firearm and shoots the neighbor 6 times. Now, the neighbor didn't die. He's like in a wheelchair and, you know, disabled now. He's, oh my goodness. He's very lucky to be alive. I'll say that. I don't like to say lucky. I like to say he's blessed. Because I don't believe it was luck. But Brenda said, I agree with that, Jenny. Plus, I would think he would want to finally be able to voice his grief to people who would listen. Seeing how it has happened before, and maybe it would be stopped. Yeah. He was an angry bear, said Michelle. 6 is a lot. That's a lot. Yep. Daggone, this is a long stinking sidebar. Come on. I'm very impatient today. Very impatient. Do 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 do. Finally. Lots of cafe time today, right?
What he explained to you was that this individual came at him across the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And he came at him unannounced, and there was a mystery to Jason as to why.
There you go, David, right?
He did mention having reread 18 about that he did move snow into the front part of his driveway of his neighbor to where his neighbor's grass was, and then he backed up. But as far as the reason why he was coming out at that time, I'm not sure as far as what Jason thought.
But the impression and the clear communication he had with Jason was that he was surprised that such an activity took place.
I believe so, yes.
And when he came out, it was almost immediate that he was threatening Jason, he was threatening Jason's family, and in fact, Jason made it clear to you that his daughter was in the truck with him, right?
Yes, he indicated that his daughter was in the truck and that the other gentleman had come out and was making threats towards him.
Now, during direct, the prosecutor said that, and you somehow stated that it was a conditional threat.
Yes,
Well, it was a threat, right?
yes,
Okay. And it was clear that the individual that was the aggressor would have been Kyle Violette, right?
he's the one that's coming out and making the conditional threat, yes.
He's the one coming out and not only saying things out of his mouth, but literally sticking his nose into Jason's cheek.
No way, Michelle. Really? That's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. Did my mouse just die? Yo, I think my mouse just died. Hold on. My mouse is deader than a doornail. Gotta plug this bad boy in. Hold on.
Right?
He got close. The video quality's not good enough to say that his nose touched his cheek from what I saw, but he definitely got close to him, yes.
Well, the jury's going to be able to run those videos over and over.
Yes.
In the deliberation room, and they were shown to the jury. And at one point, we counted the number of contacts that Kyle would have had
Okay.
with Jason.
So the video that I saw was the one that was taken from, I believe it was possibly the neighbor's apartment coming from that angle across the driveway. That was the
Right.
video that I watched.
So you weren't able to ascertain what was going on?
I could see that he gets up there, but as far as cheek touching, you can't tell from that video, no.
You could tell that Jason didn't make one step toward Violette, correct?
At which point in time?
At the
Sorry.
initial point.
At the initial point, it looked like he had just stood there, yes.
Yeah, he just stood there, and he stood there, and if Jason kind of described it as though he was like paralyzed or just standing still, that would be what you saw too.
That's what he said in his statement, yes.
Yeah, and that's what was on the video.
Yes.
And also what he said in the statement was that he didn't make a move toward Violette, but Violette made the move toward him.
For the initial interaction, yes.
Yeah, for the initial confrontation.
Yes.
So it's clear, I just want to make this clear, because we're going to be moving down the road here a bit, that the initial aggressor would have been Violette, right?
The individual that came out of his house and started making a threat was Kyle Violette, yes.
Now, you'll agree with me, things can go fast in these situations. I mean, it can go like a blur.
It can go fast, yes.
And we're not talking about a situation where somebody had a lot of time to roll over in their mind what to do and how to do it, right?
These are quick decisions, yes.
And we also know the background of Jason Levesque that day was one of an individual that was up over 40 hours, right?
I'm not sure what time exactly he got up, but he said that he had been plowing for over 24 hours.
I told you that he had gotten up, I think at 8 o'clock the preceding day.
Do you have the page and I can reference?
It's all hands. He got up, he didn't have any sleep the preceding day from the time he got up.
Okay.
And we saw the video just moments ago of him needing to lay down.
Yes, he has to lay down.
And he also told you that he was tired because of the plowing and the time that he was up so long.
Yes.
And, he was offered food. Did he ever eat anything?
Yes, he ended up eating some chocolate.
A little bit of chocolate?
Yes.
Went like 2 Hershey's Kisses or something?
I don't remember exactly what he ate, sir.
And that would have been later on during the interrogation?
I'm not sure if he ate them during the interview or the interrogation part of it.
Okay. Now, he also attributed to Violette the fact that Violette had threatened him on more than one occasion that night, right?
In the initial, I believe he said that he had threatened him once, but then he may have repeated the same threat, possibly more than once throughout the night, yes.
Or other things, because he was saying he was screaming at him or yelling at him.
Is there a specific line that you're referencing?
He didn't have any specific recollection that evening, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand
Let
the
me ask
question.
you something. Did you ever ask him, as you were moving through the interview, other than the initial threat, were there other threats that he made?
During the initial response, it was more open-ended. I let him just talk, and then there were some follow-up questions. As far as if there was a distinct question, I'm not sure.
But he was very concerned about another individual that was with him that evening, correct?
He was concerned about his daughter, yes.
Yeah, he was concerned about his 19-year-old daughter that was seated in the passenger seat.
Yes.
And in fact, he was concerned that Violette had threatened her as well, right?
The initial threat had threatened both him and his family, so that would include his daughter, yes.
Right. Now, he stated that, in fact, that his daughter was, in essence, petrified, right? Scared.
Is there a specific line that you're
I
referencing?
think it's 41. I think it's after you had said, and I don't want to get into, oh,
Another little sidebar. Yeah, my mouse died and I had to plug it in to charge it. And so it's sitting here on the other side of my desk.
Did he communicate to you that his daughter was afraid that night?
Yes.
Did he communicate to you that his daughter had gotten out of the truck briefly and then got right back in the truck during this altercation?
Is there a specific spot for that you're referencing? I don't recall that.
Okay, let me ask you this. When Violette is coming toward Jason, all right, walking towards him, and starts getting nose to nose, is she still in the cab?
He expressed to me, I believe, that she had stayed in the vehicle seatbelted the whole time. But if there's a time that I may be forgetting, if there's a specific spot you want to reference, then I can take a look.
No, that's fine. That's exactly the answer. And he also says that at this point in time, he felt overwhelmed, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that would have been when Violette literally was nose to nose with him.
Correct.
Now, did Jason claim to you that he had a perfect memory of what went on?
I don't believe he ever said that, no.
Let me ask you another general question. Did you ever think that maybe after you got a good night's sleep, you might want to ask Willie to sit down and have another interview with him?
That would be a conversation down the road, yes.
Did you ever attempt to reconnect with Jason, let's say the next day?
So I'm not sure, I'm trying to remember if that was the next day arraignment. Typically after they're arraigned, they would need attorney involved due to constitutional protections. But I didn't speak to him again after that, no.
No, I mean, did you reach out to anybody and say, let's get back together now that Jason's, recovered, gotten some sleep, and we'll go over his statement so he can review it and see if it's accurate. Did you ever do anything like that?
So I never spoke to him again after that initial interview.
Now, how many different angles of that video did you observe?
To my knowledge, I just remember watching the video from, at least in its entirety, the video from the neighbors. Other detectives might have had the cameras open at some point watching them, but that's the main one that I saw that night.
Okay, so that's the only angle and the only distance that you were able to ascertain contact, right?
That's the only video I remember watching that night before I interviewed him or interrogated him on that part.
Now, Jason tried to get it point by point with you. You'd agree with me that in such a situation, shortly after a traumatic event like that, he may actually have been inaccurate in some of the things he was telling you.
You're asking if he could be inaccurate when he's telling, yes, he could certainly be inaccurate on details.
Yeah. I mean, when you take in the factors of the recency of the event, the shooting itself, the fact that he hadn't slept for about 40 hours, all these things should be taken into consideration.
Certainly, you got to take into effect people's amount of sleep. You got to take into effect the time, spatial distance between the event and when you're talking to somebody. But again, it was Jason that indicated that he wanted to tell me what had happened that night.
No, I get it. He said that when he was standing up, that's when he saw Kyle coming.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and I think on page 44, you said, so you stood up because you hear him yelling, a natural reaction.
Yes,
Jason agrees.
yes.
And then you said, and when you were overwhelmed, kind of describe what your body was doing, how you were thinking, that kind of stuff. And he gave you an answer, right?
Yes.
And what was the answer?
He said, I kind of just froze, like I didn't know what he was going to do. I didn't know if he was going to come up to me. I didn't know what was going to happen.
So at that point in time, he didn't yell back at him or do anything, right? Right?
I don't believe so.
No, he asked. So you never said anything back to him at this point?
Correct. And he said no, because I didn't want to escalate the situation or, irritate him or whatever you want to use for a word, but make it any worse.
Right, and you were actually asking this question to see what was going through his mind at the time of that contact, right?
Correct.
And at the time of that contact, he says, well, you say, okay, and what does he say?
He says, again, my daughter's in the car. I don't know who this guy is. I still don't know who he is. I don't know what he's capable of. I just didn't want to have any type of problem with him.
And you agree, and then he answers, and he says what?
And obviously, he seemed like he was ready to fight.
So that was the impression that you asked him to convey to you with regard to the initial contact, right?
I was asking, yes, what he was thinking, what his emotions, what his body felt like during the initial response, yes.
Right, and the initial response, in essence, was he was frozen, he was shocked, and he thought this guy was ready to fight.
That's what he expressed, yes.
And he was concerned about his daughter.
Yes, he also expressed that as well, yes.
He also goes on to indicate to you that at one point he walks away and then turns around, right? I'll give you
Who are you
46.
referencing in that?
Page 46. And from the top down.
So I ask, is when he turned around, and how far away is that at that point? I'm not familiar with where and Mr. Levesque says, yeah, no problem, maybe 15 feet. So then I ask, okay, and so he turns around, and how's his body? What's he saying, that kind of stuff?
Okay, so you'd agree with me, if you look at the video, this beginning of the contact to the end of the contact with the last shot fired is about probably a total of 11 seconds, something like that.
It's fairly quick, yes.
And he says, what does he say when you say, what's he saying? That kind of stuff? What's his answer?
Sorry.
Line time.
Yes. Mr. Levesque says he's still very agitated. He's got his fists. He's very animated in how he's yelling, and just he's going to fucking kill me and my family for moving snow, I guess.
Now, this whole conditional threat, he didn't say that when he turned around and said that it was a conditional threat. He said, he's going to fucking kill me and my family for moving snow, I guess. Right? So Kyle didn't say for moving snow, I guess, right?
He's explaining what happened. I don't know if he's actually saying verbatim like he did previously as far as what the threat was. I think he's paraphrasing more, but certainly he does say, and I can read it again, he's still very agitated. He's got his fists. He's very animated in how he's yelling, and just he's going to fucking kill me and my family for moving snow, I guess.
Now, the prosecutor asked you whether you heard anything on the video, any yelling or anything like that, right?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, did you guys do any kind of a scientific, test out there to determine whether or not you could even hear any yelling from that spot?
So, no. Again, my involvement for this was the arrest and assisting with some of the follow-up. That was my involvement with this case.
Okay. Do you know if any kind of a decibel reading was taken at or around 41 Summer Street at the location where yelling was claimed to have taken place? Not from the house, not from individuals running outside, but from that very spot.
Sure, I'm not sure how if someone's yelling, I don't see how that's relevant because people's voices could be higher distances. I'm not, depending on where they are, I don't see the relevance of it, but
Well, I
maybe.
don't know, I mean, it was asked on direct.
Sure, I didn't ask anything about decibel readings,
Did you hear yelling? Remember that on direct?
So you asked, what should do your best to answer the question, so what about what's relevant, not relevant?
Sure, I don't remember it.
Answer the question that he asked.
I believe he asked about yelling, but I'm not positive, but I don't recall anything about decibels.
I didn't say, okay, let's forget the
So let's,
decibels.
yeah, we asked the question. and we get-
Let's take the decibels and throw that out. Okay. Recall being asked about, did you hear any yelling? Right?
Is there a specific page?
No, it's not.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't recall.
No. Now, you agree that you said to him, and I'll guide you on this, it's the page that got cut off, I think, without the number. Might be 47. Basically, Jason was focused on Kyle, right? I'll give you,
He talks about, there's a female as well.
yeah, he hears a female yelling, and that may very well have been Kyle's girlfriend that was yelling in that video.
Oh, presumably, yes.
Now, let me ask you something, okay? I'm going to go through this checklist with you because I want to make sure that we don't paint Jason in some corner where he's trying to avoid answering questions. Okay? He's the guy that waited in his driveway for the police to show up, right?
After from what I've heard, after asking if his daughter, if he should run, yes, he waited in the driveway.
I mean, he asked whether she, I mean, you don't know. There were many other things, we'll get to that, that may of course been discussed in the cab of that truck, but he didn't run, right?
No, it didn't run.
Okay. Not only did he not run, he preserved the firearm and made it safe so that when police showed up, all right, it would be there for them in plain view in the cab of his truck, right?
Yes. This is what he told me.
When the officers arrived, he made sure that they knew he would be coming with them without resistance. In other words, he exited the truck with his hands on, right?
That would be a question for the other officers. I arrived on the scene after he was already in handcuffs.
Well, did you describe him as a cooperative individual when you were on your
Yeah.
way to the station?
Yes, he was cooperative with me the entire time, yes.
And this cooperative individual, in fact, did everything you asked him to do. He didn't resist one iota, right?
Not that I recall, no.
Not at all. You had no reports of that at all, right?
I don't recall him not being cooperative. He was cooperative throughout.
Right. He told you where everything was. He said you could search his truck, right?
Yes,
He said you could seize his video equipment and the videos from his home.
yes,
He, when given the Miranda rights and the constitutional rights afforded to him, made a decision that he was going to speak with you, right?
yes,
He was cooperative during the interrogation.
yes,
I mean, he was basically sitting there as long as you wanted him to be there.
he was willing to answer my questions and talk to me for as long as I had questions up until that point, yes. He never
you-
asked to stop or anything like that.
You're the guy that terminated the interview, not him. He didn't say, I've had enough, I don't want to talk to you.
No, he never made a statement like that. As far as the termination, It was more, he was going downstairs to get fingerprinted and processed, I believe is how the interview kind of concluded.
Now, this is, the backdrop of this is that you've got the guy that the jury saw in the video, but later on, about an hour later, in fact, you start asking him questions again, like, can we go over, or what happened that night, right?
Yes, I would ask the same question a number of times in a number of different ways, yes.
And you wanted to swab his hands?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that's all about?
Yeah, so typically we'll do GSR kits. It's a gunshot residue kit. Basically, it just shows if you're in the presence of a firearm discharge or the equivalent. One of the questions on there is if you handled fireworks, because there might be some similar kind of chemicals or materials that you might handle that are similar in both.
Now, about an hour in, as you're going through this swabbing process, and this is after what the jury already saw, he tells you guys that he's not feeling so good, right?
Do you have a page reference?
79, line 25.
Yes. I believe I was out of the room at that time.
Was there a trash barrel or something offered in case he vomited?
Again, I can look at the transcript and say that, but I was out of the room when that conversation occurred. That was with Detective Flathers.
At that point in time, though, does he express that he's overwhelmed and tired?
So he says, I don't feel so good, just a second. And Flathers asks, do you want a trash barrel or something? And Levesque says, no, I want to lay down too. And then I come back. And then he goes on when I get back in the room saying, just give me a second, I think I'm just overtired and overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's when Flathers says, do you think you want an ambulance?
Yes.
And he responds, I'm overtired and I'm overwhelmed. Right?
Yes.
This is about an hour or so after what the jury just saw in that minute.
So I returned with the swab kit into the room at 11:42
Yep,
p.m.
about an hour. And he says there's a lot going on, right?
Yes.
And he says, I'm trying to stay calm and focused, and sometimes I just get, I don't know. And I guess your partner says, like a little rush, and Levesque says, yeah. Hot, cold, I don't know. And I apologize if I stink. I feel like I just smell awful. Right?
Yes.
And that's because he had been working all day, hadn't had the opportunity to clean up.
Correct.
And then you go through the hand swab, correct?
Yes.
How long of a process is that?
It's relatively quick. They have basically almost like the kid stamps where you're just stamping around different portions of the hands and then filling out a page that kind of asks them a few questions as well. But it's not a long process.
And he was cooperative through that, right?
Yes.
And you're trying to understand exactly what's going on, and he's telling you that there's some gray area with regard to what he's telling you. And that's on page 117, lines 23, 24, 25. Right?
One moment. So he says, right, so I don't know if maybe there's a gray area, and that's what I think happened. And I just don't remember, I don't know.
But he's willing to stick around and continue to answer questions. And this is when you're actually asking him to rethink some of the things he's already said to you, right?
I'm asking, yes, if he basically has a tactic to ask him if, maybe the first story of events, you were just still in shock, so you weren't trying to mislead or lie to us or anything like that.
Right. In fact, you tell him that. He's saying, I'm being completely honest with you. And you say, maybe the first story of events, like maybe you were just still in shock. And he goes, yes, right, correct?
Yes, as part of an interrogation tactic, you can offer someone an opportunity to save face. If you tell somebody you're lying, sometimes that shuts somebody down and they won't talk to you anymore. So you give them an opportunity, a way out to still be able to communicate, still be able to talk to you without basically giving them no alternative.
Yeah, I mean, that's lovely, but that alternative wasn't offered to him when he had gotten a good night's sleep, right?
He had indicated that he still wanted to talk. So as far as asking if he wanted sleep, I didn't ask him if he wanted to stop to have sleep at that point in time. We were in the middle of the interrogation or beginning the interrogation at that point.
Or if inviting him to take a look at his statement and make any corrections.
Yeah, so he did ask me if he could review his prior statement, and there's a reason why, again, we do these spatial gaps. It's harder to remember all the lies that you're telling if there's a little bit of gap in between. Also, again, asking questions different ways. There's, some benefits of having that space.
Is it a good tactic to interview and interrogate people that are sleep deprived?
Again, Mr. Levesque indicated that he was willing to do the interview. There's no obligation to do so. I read him his Miranda rights. It was his decision to speak with me.
Yeah, I'm glad that's the answer you're giving me, but is it a good tactic to interview people that are sleep deprived? Is that part of the tactics that you guys have?
As far as that, we don't typically go out seeking people that are sleep deprived. It's just the circumstances of events. He had been out plowing that whole night. We don't choose that, that he was out that whole day. That was the hand that was given to us, so that's what we had to work with.
But that's a hand that you can reshuffle, right? That's a hand where you can say, hey, we'll come back at 8 o'clock in the morning and talk. We'll come back at 10 o'clock in the morning and talk.
Again, no one was forcing Mr. Levesque to talk to us.
Nobody's forcing them. But would you take a neutral witness and say, hey, I know you haven't slept 40 hours, but I want you to give me a statement? Or would you say, would you like to have some sleep? And then give me an accurate statement. Again,
if he's willing to talk to us that night, we're trying to figure out what had happened that night. We're going to talk to him. If at any point in time he indicated to me that he would rather speak to me the next day, so that would be something that we could revisit.
Well, you saw the guy nodding off right in front of you, didn't you?
So even during the daytime, during arrests, we do have people nodding off. We have people, in booking that could be lying down. It's not uncommon for people to lie down on benches just during day shift, during the middle of the day. So that's not super uncommon.
It's super uncommon. But the jury got to see what he looked like. He's bedraggled, isn't he?
They certainly got to see what he looked like. What was the question? Sorry, I missed the last part.
Yeah. I know that you may say it's not super uncommon, but are you saying that it's a good tactic to interview witnesses to get an accurate story when they have not had slept for 40 hours? Is that a good environment to get an accurate statement? Honestly.
It's still fresh in his memory. I think there's still some benefit of talking to him then. Certainly, again, revisiting once you get a full night's sleep, you might be able to get some additional information. Right. But again, at that point, he would have been arraigned.
Exactly, Michelle. I know. Asked and answered. Names. Oh, you guys, now you get to hear Baby Shark in the background. You're welcome. Now you know why I keep myself muted most of the time when we're watching trials.
We're going to do a 5-minute break, quick restroom. We'll be back after this. I'm hoping we can wrap up the quick today, but we'll take time. All rise. All right.
Your intermission show, right? There you go. David asked for intermission shows, so there you go. A little baby shark for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, Ron.
We'll be in the gallery, seated. I just want to put on the record real quick before we get started. I looked at the cases while we were about this issue involving completeness. And I just want the record to be clear. I'm relying on a couple of cases, State versus Botello, which is a 2013 case, 165 New Hampshire 751, and State v. Mitchell, 166 New Hampshire 288, that's a 2014 case. Both cases involve situations where the state attempted to put in portions of a interview of defendants, the defense is trying to see other portions of that interview and document completeness, and the court declined that, rejected that argument, arguing it was hearsay, and arguing there wasn't sufficient prejudice or there wasn't sufficient misleading that you had to include those. And I think those are helpful or telling cases to review, especially those Botello. I just wanted that part of the record clear. Now, Council, you have things you want to discuss? Yeah.
They go to another little sidebar. I'm like, what in the world? Brenda says you should hear me when I'm watching on the replay. Wow, what do you do? What do you do? %90 of the time, I like tune the kids' stuff out. And so, like whenever somebody typed in the chat BINGO earlier, I think it was Michelle and Morgana both did. Whenever you did that, it didn't dawn on me until, and then I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, I just heard a crash. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. And then I heard a crash, and I heard one of the kids say, sorry. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. All's good in the hood. Nothing happened.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, baby shark. Are you a baby shark?
No, I am. Yes.
Baby T-Rex. Good Lord. Thumping. Did you hear her thumping? That was her beating feet out of the bedroom. Like just thump thump. She's a hard stepper. Here comes the hot stepper. She's insanity. She's insanity. Yeah, I think it was a stack of blocks that fell, and it sounded way worse than it actually was because wood floors, you know. Wood floors. Didn't they say they were just taking like a 5-minute break? Jeez. Jeez Louise. I have to text the husband real quick. He's off work. I need to see. Because him and Big Kiddo have haircuts today, and I need to know what time they need to leave here by. You hear her feet? I'm telling you, thump, 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 thump. Crazy kid. Hi, babe. Hi, babe. Hi, hi, hi. There she goes again. Hold on a second. Hi, guys. It's me. These intermission breaks are no fun. God. She says, hi, Mom. Hi, Poppy. Hi, honey. I love you, kiddo. She was asking the other day to go on a Easter egg hunt.
Mom.
What? What? You're silly. Oh, double glasses, yeah. Oh, Cynthia, 100% a daddy's girl. 100% a daddy's girl. Yes. 100%. Mm-hmm. What? What? Hold on, she needs my assistance again. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, most girls are, right? She's 100% a daddy's girl. Um, she needed me to open her little box up that's got all of her Shopkins in it. You guys, those Shopkins. We had a friend of ours, their little girl like outgrew the Shopkins phase, and they gave us like a box full of them, um, and then a little metal lunchbox full of them. And let me just say, those are worse than stepping on like Lego blocks. Those are worse than stepping on blocks. They're tiny and they hurt when you step on them. Oh, Michelle. Those days fly by. I know. My oldest is 18, you know, and I know how quick it goes. I know how quick it goes in the blink of an eye. And, you know, it's makes me sad when I think about it. You know how like I've got an iPhone and I'll like go into my photos and it'll like automatically puts together these cool little under the For You section in the albums thing. And it's got like memories and yeah, it's just, oh God. Going through like old photos and videos of her, and it's, oh, it'll rip your heart out, man. There was one of her with her little, one of her with her first birthday cake. Oh my God. She had two little teeth that were starting to grow in, the two top teeth. Oh, my heart. Aw, Cynthia. Cynthia said, I wish I had grown up with a dad. However, I've had a stepdad since I was in my mid-20s, and he's a good man, but not a daddy. Yeah. I'm sorry. My daddy was a good daddy too. He was a good daddy. He always worked like,
How we all doing?
hold on. My dad always worked like night shift when I was growing up. And so I wouldn't hardly ever get to see him because he would be gone while I was at school, you know. Or no, he would be asleep when I was at school and then leaving for work when I would get home. And so I didn't get to see my dad very much. But my dad was a good man. Very good man and a good daddy.
All rise, jury entering. Please be seated.
All right, now please continue. You know, in your interview, towards the end, and I've been asking
Oh,
you,
you're
like,
welcome,
why
Michelle.
didn't you reconnect with him when he slept?
It's in my head too.
Let's get the tape. He indicated on page 152, we're already up to 1:47:40 a.m. So he's been in there quite a while, right?
Yes, again, the whole interview was about, well, my whole response was about 3 hours and 48 minutes, give or take.
Did you ever indicate to him that this was not the end-all and be-all, and that you can always touch base again? Page 150, line 21.
Yeah, so I said, and this isn't the be-all, end-all. If you think of something after, we can always touch base again, but we'll take another break. And he goes, yep.
Take another break. He basically says he needs a little rest on 151, line 23. Right?
Yes, that was near the,
And Levesque puts his head down on the table. Right?
near the end of the interview, yes, he put his head down on the table.
He's exhibiting exhaustion, isn't he?
Yes.
He's not saying he wouldn't talk to you again. In fact, he kind of dangled it out there.
Yes, I indicated that he could reapproach us and talk to us. Again, if he's tired, this might be the only opportunity that we have to speak with him. Once this hits the news, once he's arraigned, once he has an attorney, there's a very low likelihood that we're ever going to get another chance to speak with him. So, yes, I did speak with him.
I know he did. And again, he made no invitations afterwards.
Again, it was said right there, the line you had me read, that this wasn't the be-all, end-all. If he would like to speak with us again, certainly we can reapproach.
Or if you would like to speak with him.
If there's other questions, yes, that we had.
And again, you didn't ever send out that invitation, did you?
I did not know.
Now, he's repeated to you on a number of occasions that he's trying to give you the best description that he can. I mean, I can go through a number of pages, but I'll just randomly pick them out. Page 117, starting at line 11.
So Mr. Levesque says, yeah, I've been completely honest with you about the whole thing to the best of my knowledge, to the best of what I can remember. That being said, I don't remember correctly, or I'm not giving the right account of it, but it's hard to try and give the best description of it if, you know what I mean? Like, to break it down slowly like we did.
Right. And you said, yeah, like I said, he says, I'm being completely honest with you, this is on 118. You say maybe the first story of events, like maybe you just still in shock, right?
Yes, again, it's offering that safe face opportunity, that maybe he wasn't telling the truth the first time, but here's your opportunity to tell us what had happened.
Well, maybe the truth is a little hard, don't you think, Detective? Maybe he wasn't being completely accurate because he was exhausted too, right?
Tiredness could certainly have an impact, yes.
And in fact, you told him, so you weren't trying to mislead us or lie to us or anything like that. And Levesque shakes his head now. In fact, you continue with him and you say, I don't think, again, I think you're intentionally lying to us or anything like that. I think it was just, an honest mistake, that first version of events, and Levesque goes right. And he sticks with you and he says, let's go through it again, basically, right? I mean, he's telling you, take my video. He brings it up to you. Right? On 118.
So on 118, he goes, if I wouldn't go, hey, I have some video of, and again, the whole situation, like,
Yeah. He's trying, right?
trying to what, sorry?
Be honest and complete
Objection,
with
Your
you.
Honor. It's always speculative.
He's telling you that, and you're telling him that on page 119.
What his claims are concerning his honesty versus whether he's being.
They can't get their ducks in a row, man. They can't get their ducks in a row. There goes Ichabod Crane. I don't know, Michelle. I don't know why they're not objecting. I do not know. What, baby? You got all your Shopkins in a little cup? Yeah. They're cute. You're welcome. All right. I want to go. Hold on a second. I have to reach over with my right hand to the left side of my desk to use my mouse because it's plugged up over here charging. Today, is it Monday? It feels like Monday. I know it's not. I know it's Tuesday, but it feels like a Monday.
Next question. You told him that the most important thing in his life was his daughter, right?
Something to that effect, yes.
And he agreed, right?
Yes.
And this is the same daughter that he had articulated concerns about during this whole interaction.
Yes.
Same one he picked up that evening, and the same one that was in the cab while they were being approached by Kyle Violette.
Yes, while he was being approached by Kyle Violette, she was in the vehicle, yes.
Was there other procedures that took place that he was cooperative with that night? I'll go through a couple. Fingerprinting?
Again, I didn't do the fingerprinting, so I'm assuming he was cooperative, but that's only an assumption. I can't tell you that for certain.
But there were no reports that he had any problems with any other police officers that he...
I never heard of him having an issue with fingerprinting.
I could have 1 second. Yes.
Read your record. You had been asked about tactics for interviewing, interrogating people. What's the objective of any tactic that you use?
To receive an accurate, honest answer.
And is it included in your tactic to determine whether or not somebody's being straight up and honest with you?
There's definitely some consideration. You're interpreting what they say and trying to determine whether they're being honest, yes.
Well, let me put it this way. Would you lay out all the evidence in an investigation before you ask somebody questions about their claims concerning events?
No, it's actually better to let people continually tell a lie. That way you have more foundation to basically cross some of the statements that they're making to determine what's accurate, what's not.
Similarly, do you think it's a good tactic to get honest and complete answers and to test credibility by affording a suspect an opportunity to, for example, consult with other people, review evidence that they may have available to them before approaching them to question them?
No, with that being said, though, certainly give them the opportunity if they want to confer with an attorney or a lawyer. But as far as if they're willing to talk to us, we're going to ask the questions and try and get the accurate information, yes.
And in fact, we'd referred to Miranda. Did you give him an opportunity to consult with a lawyer before talking to you?
Yes.
And did he waive that right and agree to talk to you?
Yes.
You know, concerning his fatigue and whatnot, was he accurate, for instance, in describing where these events occurred?
Yes.
Was he accurate in describing what he was doing, his activity prior to these events?
Yes.
Was he accurate in describing certain very specific details, like Kyle putting on a hoodie that was green or camo walking out of his driveway?
Yes.
And was he accurate in terms of disclosing to you how many rounds he shot into Kyle Violette's body?
He was accurate on how many shots he fired.
There were some other things, though. Attorney Sisti asked you about a section where you're saying, I believe you're not lying to me. Were you sharing your opinion about his credibility with him, or was that a tactic?
Again, it's a tactic. My opinions on the matter are kind of irrelevant. We're trying to figure out, the truth of the matter. So giving him, again, outs, giving him some belief that we're believing what he's saying is another tactic, basically, that you can use.
And that point at about 151 in the transcript where Attorney Sisti was asking you questions where you're sharing, I don't think you were trying to lie to us. Is that after you had disclosed that you actually had seen and obtained a video of this scene?
I believe that was after we referenced the video. I'd have to see what page I talked to. 1 second. Presumably saying it's near the end of the interview or interrogation, rather, I would say yes.
Can you take a look at approximately 99, line 24, where it appears to be the first time you actually call him out and say, would it surprise you that you're actually moving towards him after he claimed that he wasn't?
Yeah, so I asked, would it surprise you if you had moved towards him? And he asked, would it surprise me? And I responded, yeah. And he goes, and then I go, or to your recollection, you were pretty stationary with your feet. And Mr. Levesque responds, I don't believe I did.
And at that point, when you say, would it surprise you that you were actually moving towards you, is it at that point about that you had had an opportunity to review the first video?
Yes, I would have had, let me see when the break was. Do you know what page that I stepped out of the room?
I do. I'm sorry, with our current technical shutdown, I was unable to print out that section, but when you refer to would it surprise you, how would you know whether he was walking forward or not?
Yeah, so, I mean, that's an indicator that I likely had watched the video at that point, if I'm referencing that in that kind of language.
Attorney Sisti pointed out something at about page 90, whatever, that the defendant brought up cameras. But can you turn to page 66?
Yes.
And 30 pages earlier. Page 66, line 18. Is that you asking, do you have any cameras that can cover any of the interaction tonight?
Yes.
Is that you bringing up potential video footage of this evening in the first instance?
Yes.
Let's talk then about some of the details that came up here. The Attorney Sisti had asked, suggested, frankly, that Mr. Levesque didn't have any idea what was going on when the victim, Kyle, approached. Can I direct your attention to page 18, line 8?
Okay.
I think at one point you had started to share this information that Jason Levesque had acknowledged. Can you read what it is he said he had done just prior to Kyle coming out?
Yes, so Mr. Levesque says, I drive, started moving the snow. I had moved the snow into the front part of the driveway of my neighbor to where my neighbor's grass is, and I backed up. And I'd gotten out to put it in four-wheel drive. It's the old style manual hubs. You have to lock them in.
Okay. So he characterized where he had just put snow and that he was continuing this job of moving snow from his driveway by back pulling it into the street.
Correct.
We don't have any, again, I don't want to nickel and dime this, but we don't have any idea where he was going to put all the snow that came out from his driveway.
No.
And this, we talked about it, but this conditional threat, I want to be clear on this point. Can you had confirmed earlier that Jason Levesque stated this was, quote, in his own word, verbatim and exactly what was said. That's at page 36, line 18 to 20. Can you repeat that?
Yes, sir. So Mr. Levesque says, yeah, he said, if you put that fucking snow at the end of my fucking driveway, I'm going to fucking kill you and kill your fucking family.
Concerning, you revisited that, and did that ever change in terms of him predicating his threat with moving the snow again in front of his driveway or his house or his property?
To my understanding, the threats all the time were regarding the snow removal.
And at any point, did, I get, these words, and your family, at any point did Jason Levesque claim it concerned specifically, and I know that daughter's included in a family, did ever specifically mention his daughter as part of the threat?
Not that the threat was specific to his daughter, it was to your family. He did bring up, or we did discuss his daughter at one point during the interview, but the threat itself was your family.
And did Jason Levesque ever claim that Kyle focused his attention on Kira in the cab of that truck?
He did not.
Did he ever claim that Kyle Violette was even aware that Kira was in the cab of the truck?
I don't believe he brought that up, no.
This description of him being nose to nose and making this threat kind of in his face, and he was overwhelmed, is that the point that Jason Levesque shot Kyle Violette?
No. Kyle had walked away from Mr. Levesque prior to that.
And after he walked away, page 43, line 16, can you share with us how Mr. Levesque characterized the continuing, I guess, conversation.
Mr. Levesque says, I don't know if he repeated it again before he started walking off. And then for some reason, he stopped and turned around and said, you don't fucking believe me? And he came back at me again.
And his claim about how far Mr. Violette came, does he share that? Is that where he's saying he's within 3 to 5 feet from him?
It was pretty epic, Michelle, right?
Possibly at one part of the interview, not
Okay.
close temporarily to that statement.
The questions have been about, accuracy. We had already talked on our first direct that he had claimed he shot him, didn't know whether he hit him the first time because he only flinched.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. Did he appear, sort of overwhelmed by fatigue when he was making that statement to you? Or did you ask for details surrounding that event?
No, I asked for details for most of the interactions that he had with Kyle that night, so I would go into further detail. Once he made a statement, I would clarify, ask for more detail.
And likewise, when he made claims that he put 5 more rounds into Mr. Violette, and Mr. Violette merely turned and walked away, were you able to ask details that he was responsive, questions about details that he was responsive to?
Yes, and he told me in a gist that he had continued to walk away holding his abdomen.
Locked. Concerning, some of these questions, follow-up questions about details, did that include asking him to do a sketch?
Yes.
Your Honor may approach.
Yeah, this can go in a spoke.
With the strike.
2728 or full exhibit?
Going to show you what's been now marked as a state's full exhibit, 27 and 28, and ask whether you can identify that.
I couldn't believe what was happening.
So these look like
Cynthia,
copies
right?
of the drawings that I asked Mr. Levesque to draw when the first shot went off and then the second round of shots that went off.
And so you've labeled these first and second, is that what you mean by first round of shot and second round of shots?
They're labeled first and second. That might be his handwriting. I might have asked him to label it.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
And so can you just, for the record, state to the jury where Mr. Levesque claimed he was standing, to describe it by other aspects of the drawing, during the second round, and where he claimed Kyle was standing?
Yeah, so based on the drawing, it looks like Mr. Levesque is towards the driver's side front, well, it's the side, but it's near the front tire on the driver's side. And then Mr. Violette is closer to 41, like halfway in the drawing there.
Understood. And, the defense attorney, Mr. Attorney Sisti, had asked you about this area where, Jason, after you said, hey, look, I've seen some video, maybe you're mistaken, maybe there's some gray area here. Is it your recollection that any of those mistakes, that Kyle remained standing, that he didn't react to being shot the first time, any of those mistakes sort of favor a claim of self-defense? I'll withdraw. Sir, those are my questions.
Oh, hey, Rosebud.
I sure do, Judge, and I'd like to approach first.
Sure.
You keep being that warrior, ma'am. I'm glad you're here listening in the bushes, though. Hopefully we can help take your mind off of the hard stuff. I said it yesterday or the day before. Nothing like a little attempted murder to help make our days a little bit brighter, right? Mm-mm-mm. Husband is headed home. I've been watching. Oh, ooh, that trial started. Yay! That new trial just started. North Dakota versus Nicole Rice. Day 1. So it looks like they're going to have opening statements, and that's probably it. Well, however, they're on Central Time, so it's what? 2:54 for them? 3 o'clock? But this is a cold case. This is a cold case. We might have to check into this before we leave for the evening today, because I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this. Apparently, these two girls were roommates and one murdered the other. I'll just read you the quick description. It says Nicole Rice is standing trial. Hold on, am I? Okay, there's still a woman's legs goes on for days. Yeah. Let me read this real quick while they're on sidebar. It says Nicole Rice is standing trial for the 2007 murder of her roommate, Anita Knutson, after a 15-year investigation led to her arrest in 2022. Prosecutors allege Rice fatally stabbed Knutson in their Minot, North Dakota apartment. I don't know how to pronounce that. Minot. The trial relocated to Grand Forks County due to concerns over finding an impartial jury is set to last 3 weeks. If convicted, Rice faces life in prison for the brutal killing. Okay. Cold case sounds interesting, right? I agree. Ooh. We'll have to definitely take a look at it before we go. Minot or me not. Minot.
Sir, the fact of the matter is that
Sorry, Cynthia. Long eye.
Jason.
Minot. Okay.
brought up the subject matter of the video cameras early in your interview with him, right? I'll refer you to page 25.
Thank you. Yes.
Right, and that's why you knew to ask him about cameras, see page 66, right? Line 15.
Yes, I asked him about the outside cameras.
Yes, you asked him. You mentioned from the prior event from 2 months ago, there were cameras out, right?
Yes,
Okay, so you didn't come up with this request out of thin air. He already gave up that he had video cameras much earlier on in this interview.
yes,
Now, would you agree with me that Jason was accurate when he claimed that Violette initiated the contact on April 4th?
he's the one that walked across the driveway yelling out to Jason, yes.
Okay, so that's a yes. And would you agree with me that Violette stuck his face into Jason's face?
I would agree with you that he got very close to him based on the video that I saw, yes.
Would you agree with me that Violette appeared to be agitated?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that Jason said that after the event, he parked the truck, stayed there and waited for police response?
yes,
Would you agree with me that he left the firearm and he left it safe on the dashboard of the truck?
I would agree with you that he left the firearm in the truck.
Now, he never told you that he was able to specifically count the number of rounds that came out of the firearm. It's just that the magazine was empty, right?
He told me at one point that he had 5+1 and that he emptied the magazine.
Right. So it's a matter of doing math, not specific recollection of each trigger pull, correct?
I don't recall if he ever specifically said. I'd have to look. If there's a page that you're referencing, that would be helpful.
I don't have a page.
Okay.
Now, you know Kara Violette was a witness too, right? You know his daughter was a witness,
Yes,
and she was interviewed, right?
not by myself.
No. But do you know whether or not she was sleep deprived or anything like Jason was?
I do not.
Do you know what she claimed to hear?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay speculation.
I'm not asking for the answer. I'm asking whether or not he knows what she heard. The answer is yes or no.
Objection to the law.
Any further?
Good gravy. This is why I like starting later, so that we can skip through the useless sidebars. Well, not useless to them. They're not useless. But they sure do get on our nerves, don't they? They sure do get on our nerves.
You do understand that Kara is a witness as well, correct?
Yes,
I got the yawns.
And again, you never approached her and interviewed her?
Judge, same objection.
I'm just asking whether he did that. Thank you. And I looked at your entire transcript. Did you ask Jason if there were any other threats that night? Any other threats? Other than the ones that he had relayed?
I don't recall.
Did you ask him, instead of speculating about the snow, did you ask him where he was going to plow the snow?
He had brought up, as far as the initial where he moved snow, as far as he said he was going to back drag the driveway. I didn't ask him where that snow was going to go, no.
No, but wasn't that a big subject of contention, that the snow was going to go over to Violette's driveway?
That's the initial reason why Violette came out.
And that's a question you never even asked Jason, as to where he was going to plow the snow.
That doesn't necessarily change as far as
Sir,
what.
sir,
You can answer.
no, he can't, he's not being responsive.
I'm not arguing, I'm not arguing. Allow me to answer the question. So if the objection is overruled, you can answer the question.
Answer the question.
Can you ask the question?
Was, did you ever ask him where the snow was going to go, basically, correct?
Correct.
Yes, no question.
No.
New witness is getting irritated. Kind of seen him even snarl his nose a little bit.
Just very briefly.
Another approach. Mm-mm-mm.
Welcome. All right, I will allow some latitude, counsel, just I understand. Very short.
Thank you.
Reading direct.
You had asked for a page number concerning, whether Jason Levesque was aware of how many times he discharged the firearm. I'm going to ask you to look at page 54, line 16. The question is asked, what's 15?
So I asked him, okay, do you remember how many times the trigger was pulled? And he responded, yeah, 6 times.
Thank you.
Any specific questions directly?
I will go right to it, Judge. Did you ask him how he knew?
So I asked him after that, okay, so you fully emptied the clip at that point? And he nodded his head in affirmative.
So he did the math.
I can't answer that question. I don't know what was on his mind.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate it.
The detective's like, thank God I can leave now. Michelle said all I can see is him dancing to rump shaker, so I'm happy for him to stay on the stand. Oh, God. Oh, my God. You guys, these afternoon yawns are rough.
State, do you have any further witnesses to call?
Your Honor, based on this evidence, the state rests.
Ooh, state
Okay.
rests.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you recall back in my initial instructions when I explained to you how a trial was going to go, I explained to you that the state puts on their case first, and when the state is done presenting their evidence, they then rest. So the state has now rested. As I explained to you previously, the defense does not have to put on a case if they do not want to. It's the defense's decision as to whether they will present any evidence at all, because the burden rests on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant doesn't have to prove anything. Given that it's 4:05 at this point, I think we're going to end for the evening. So we'll leave you in a bit of suspense, and then we'll see in the morning when we come back. That's when the defense will decide whether they are presenting a case or not. Again, as I explained, it's completely up to them. It's their choice. And then the case will proceed forward after that, as we explained. So, have a good evening. All of my prior instructions remain in place. As I said to you multiple times, I'm going to say them again. Do not talk amongst yourself or with anyone else about this case. Do not do any independent research about this case. Do not view any media coverage about this case. With that, have a good night. Thank you for your attention. Your excused.
All rise, jury exiting.
All right. Rosebud said, I pour or heat up a cup of coffee.
Well, actually, I have some other things I have to attend to. I'm not sure we can start. I was about to suggest maybe we try to get the arguments in on motion to dismiss earlier than that, but I don't think we can.
I think I brought up the added wrinkle that medical appointments.
Yeah, so 10:30. We'll begin with arguments and then move on to the defense case.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Did he say 10:30? Let me go back.
And then move on to the defense case.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Medical appointments.
Yeah, so 10:30. We'll begin with arguments and then move on to the defense case.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
$10:30. Okay, so Rosebud says I pour or heat up a cup of coffee for myself, set it down, and then I forget about it and never get back to it. It happens to me all the time. Wish I could just sit down and have a nice cup of coffee. That does happen to me from time to time. I usually, when I'm streaming, I usually tend to like have a hot cup ready and when I get ready to start a stream. And so that's about the only time I enjoy a hot cup. Otherwise, I do what you do. Like on the weekends or first thing in the morning. You know, usually I'll have to reheat it 2 or 3 times. But Kel, the victim, did not testify. He changed his mind. That was the big deal that was happening yesterday. So yeah, he did not testify. Melinda said, "Oh my gosh, that happens to me all the time. Sometimes that cup of coffee gets nuked 5 or 6 times, right? I know it. Same. Okay, I'm going to move over here. This is the trial that started today, okay? I'm going to rewind it a smidge and see. Oh, okay. They actually started it right when the feed started, apparently. So this is the new trial that's starting today. Roommate murder mystery. This is a cold case. This is like almost 20 years old or something like that. North Dakota versus Nicole Rice. Yeah, Rosebud. Yep. I get that. Absolutely. Let me turn the volume down just in case they decide to bust our eardrums out. But I want to start this just to kind of see. These are supposed to be I think their opening statements are supposed to start, and I'm eager to hear them. Depending on how long they are, we probably won't watch the whole thing, but I would like to get an idea of the situation and see if it's something we want to watch.
Detective Asham. She's implicated throughout it. She's implicated for personal reasons, and I do not take any joy in doing this right now, Your Honor. This was hard for us to make decisions on how to do this last night, but this is such a serious case, we have no choice. In going through the report, there are incredibly disturbing details. There's discussion of deleting emails, deleting files. There's recommendations from the firm that went through this that the entire office needs training on Giglio, and I'm summarizing what I've seen, but it goes on to say that lying is part of the daily course of business at the Minot Police Department, on and on. And again, I'm summarizing because I don't want to go through the quotes, which I assume Your Honor has looked over here from that report. But it's an absolute bombshell. Detective Asham is not only the case agent in this case who's on the trial team and sitting through this, she was the lead investigator on this case after Detective Talbot left. And as this comes to light, I'm sitting here on my phone seeing that Rob Port has published this report independent of our filing of it based on a FOIA request he did at I think 12:09 today. It begs the question for me when the state knew about this, when Rob Port got this. I know there were redactions that were done. The fact that it's such a bombshell and it was disclosed to us yesterday, moments before trial. I actually disclosed to us, I know there was the phone call on Sunday saying there's some impeachment evidence regarding Miss Asham.
I have no idea what's going on. I mean, I kind of feel like a fly on the wall, but I think I think this gal right here is the defendant. This blonde right here with the beige jacket. And I don't know what bombshell they're talking about. Obviously, this is all brand new to me, so.
Honestly, our arguments for dismissal we believe are completely valid on every front, all three arguments. This one we thought was going to be our weakest, and we now believe is absolutely our strongest, based on the incredible things we're reading in this report. And it's a thick report. I know it's 57 pages. It's top to bottom. It's incredible. There's accusations of rape. There's accusations of incredible things. And I know we attached it last night. I know we're moving and grooving, and I don't know how much Your Honor has had a chance to review it. But
I made that clear. I've read it all, so
okay.
you may continue.
I didn't hear you say it, Your Honor. I apologize. But first of all, it would have changed our entire jury selection process to talk to people about police misconduct, how they would judge officers, especially officers that are sitting here, if they lie, if they cheat, if they destroy evidence. Again, in reading this, Detective Asham is the one referenced in our Exhibit 1 with the email chain I have with Ms. Sorgan, that it sounds like it kept the CD in this evidence room or whatever they're calling it. It doesn't sound like it was in the normal course of the evidence file for the Ward County State's Attorney's Office. And then I flipped last night and I'm reading that she's texting about destroying emails and files. It's incredible, Your Honor. And I don't know, first of all, I know that the state in one of their prior arguments had talked about a trial by ambush from us based on one of their motions. I can't think of a bigger trial by ambush than what's going on right now. We're getting disclosures regarding the case agent and lead investigator in the case at 7:09 a.m. the morning of trial that blow up the entire police department, that blows up the credibility of their case agent.
You guys, I feel like we just put our foot into a hornet's nest. Did we just step into a hornet's nest? Is that what's going on here? Did we just step into a hornet's nest? I don't know. But this dude here in the middle with this guy here in the middle is, what was that dude's name? Oh my God, what was his name? He was a country music singer. And I'm just going to be rude and crude and say that he was not a very handsome man. And I feel like he died quite a few years ago. What was his name? Anyway, he's given me his hair. He's given me his haircut vibes. Anyway, who am I thinking of? Lyle Lovitz? Is that who I'm thinking of? Let me look. Is it Lyle Lovitz? Is that even his name? Lyle Lovitz? Lovett. Yes, that's who I'm thinking of. Lyle Lovett. He's giving me his haircut vibes. Sorry. Love it. Lyle Lovett. He's giving me his haircut vibes. Sorry. He looks like a young, I mean, he don't look like him in the face, but his hair for sure. Let me look up images. Yeah, he's totally giving me Lyle Lovett haircut vibes. And I think he was, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was married to Julia Roberts at some point. Anyway, I feel like we stepped into a hornet's nest here. But let's keep going.
And lead investigator, there is so much work and so much investigation this creates on our behalf
This judge
that I
looks
believe
nice.
this rises to the level of dismissal. Obviously, we've requested alternate relief in case the court doesn't believe that dismissal should go forward. I'm not going to get into my other arguments and regarding the interview with probable cause and the Brady violation. I think they're incredibly important, but I don't want to take up too much of the court's time.
Now I want to go find that
I also
report
let
that
the
he's
court
talking
know in our
about and read
brief
it.
that we did this last night after dinner between then and 1:30 a.m. We were as thorough as we could be. This thing could be 50 pages long, Your Honor. We sat in a hotel room all night putting this together and finally just decided to kill it at 1:30 in the morning. We could have gone until 5 a.m. It's a bombshell on proportions that I cannot describe. I had no idea this was going to happen when we were meeting yesterday. The primary basis for everything we discussed was the Hall interview. As I got into this, I was blown away. I've never seen anything like it in my career. It's the kind of stuff you read about happening in other states. As we speak, articles are being published based on FOIA requests that happened. I don't know when. And I'm just downloading and trying to digest this information. And it's appalling and incredible to me, Your Honor. And I asked that the court on all three motions dismiss this case. I ask if the court doesn't dismiss it, that it grants our alternative relief. But I will end by saying, Your Honor, we have done everything we can in this entire trial. We have done everything we can by the book. We have worked with the state's attorney's office, and we have been hit with discovery right before trial again and again and again, and this is the final blow. This is a sledgehammer. In November, we got information regarding newly investigated bug reports that weren't done prior to charging, right before trial. In February, we got hit with another discovery bomb when my brother was sitting there doing the hearing, when the court closed discovery, I believe, on March 4th. Then we get this interview on Friday. Now we get this investigative report that is an absolute bombshell, and I have never seen anything like it, at 7:09 a.m. on Monday, the week of trial, the day of trial. I have not been able to go through it in the depth I would like to. We were racing to get this done yesterday, and like I said, Your Honor, I'm absolutely appalled. I've seen nothing like this in my life in practicing law. I'm sitting here as we're doing jury selection, watching the news come down, front page, front page, front page, from Rob Port on this FOIA request. My guess is this report's about to go national, and it's not because of me. And I'm concerned about what other disclosures are out there. We got this because Rob Port did a FOIA request, and thank God he did it just in time. This is happening over and over again. It's becoming a course of practice, and it's absolutely blowing this case up. And Nicole's family has spent so much money and so much time on attorneys and travel, expert witnesses that are scheduled to come in this week. This is an absolute abortion of justice, Your Honor. And I don't like to get this way. I'm appalled. I've never seen anything like this. That's all I got.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sand.
Thank you.
Ms. Sorgen, do you wish to reply?
Your Honor, as set forth in the state's papers, I'm not going to reiterate what was put forth in our filings on there, but I will address what Mr. Sand has just indicated. First off, I don't even know who Rob Port is. And so he is not the reason that they received their report. We are. We provided it to them as soon as we got it. Now, Mr. Sand's probably going to take issue with that. This was sent after hours to myself and Mr. Nelson on Friday after hours as we were preparing to come here. Mr. Nelson got alerted to it while he was driving on the road on Sunday to come here, called Mr. Sand immediately after that. He called Mr. Sand before he called me. I found out about this after Mr. Sand did, Your Honor. Upon checking this, making sure that we could even get at the email with the Wi-Fi situation, it was then forwarded, which the earliest that could happen was Monday morning at 7 a.m. And my apologies for how that is late, but unfortunately there's no opportunity to have changed that, Your Honor. It was not in our hands until later in the afternoon on the 14th. And again, because of the email and preparing to come here and getting it all together, it got forwarded as expeditiously as I possibly could on that point, Your Honor. As to this February discovery bombshell, I think we established that at that February hearing. It was 2 copies of digital maps that were sent over as part of the Axon transfer with the information. The interview on Friday, I addressed that in our papers, Your Honor. I'm not going to go into that any further. That's information that was available to the defense, could have gotten to the defense had they bothered reviewing their discovery before that and determined that it was an empty file. Could have been done within due diligence, and I addressed that in our response to their allegations on Brady. As to the blowing up the credibility of our case agent, credibility is an issue of the jury, Your Honor. I don't think that this report blows up her credibility. Mr. Sand wants to cross-examine her on that. That's his option. He can do that. I've set forth when the state knew about this report. I can tell you when Mr. Nelson and myself knew about it, and that's exactly when. And I would like to reiterate, Your Honor, that Mr. Sand is arguing that this report implicates Sergeant Asham throughout. Please note, this is a report regarding Lieutenant McLeod. Sergeant Asham is mentioned in it tangentially with regards to a relationship with McLeod and inappropriate behavior on McLeod's part. Information that was contained therein that may pertain to Sergeant Asham, again, that's something that can be either cross-examined on or, as we set forth in our paper, if the court wishes to allow for a pretrial deposition under Camp Rood for the defense, that's permissible, and that's the remedy that's outlined by the North Dakota Supreme Court. The conclusions of that report, Your Honor, again, are in large part due to the behaviors of Lieutenant McLeod. I can't reiterate enough that this report is titled McLeod Complaint Report. It's not the Asham report, as the defense wants to put it in their papers. It is the McLeod report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Time is 3 minutes after 3. And the court's going to go off the record. I'm going to take 12 minutes and then I'll be back.
He's like, I'm going to take 12 minutes and I'll be back. Stuff sounds shady. I mean, mentions of evidence and emails being deleted and whatnot. Let's see what the judge says. I have the volume all the way up too.
Another issue. I would. 17 minutes. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 17 minutes after 3 o'clock. I took a few more minutes and I told you I would, but it had nothing to do with what I was reviewing. It had to do with another issue. That issue is the court has dismissed. Let me find him again here. Which one? Yeah, the court has dismissed juror 44, which is Mr. Eric, for a medical reason. I did that on my own motion. So, as to the motions before the court, Mr. Sand, I very much appreciate your intense argument with regard to the dynamics of this matter. And so I'm going to try and address these on the record. I will follow up my response with a written order that we will follow sometime either today or tomorrow. But this is where we're at. On the failure to disclose the Devon Hall interview, this was an interview that took place back on September 10th of 2008. It took place in Wolf Point, which is, I understand, a town in Montana. This was an interview of Mr. Devon Hall. Devon Hall was a person of interest with regard to this case. It's my understanding that this was a follow-up interview, that a previous interview was done with Mr. Hall while he was incarcerated in the Ward County Jail within 2 weeks of the crime in this case. He was, at that time, specifically a person of interest. He continued to be a person of interest throughout the investigation. It is my understanding that the follow-up interview that was done is the one that's of interest here, and that, if I understand the dynamics correctly, that the defense did have this interview in the sense that it was disclosed by the state, that the file that they disclosed was empty, as was the file that the state had. It then went from that emptiness, once it was discovered, to tracking it down, that it was being held somewhere else in a more solid form than on some kind of digital platform. But it was disclosed back in May of 22, so May 16th of 2022, when it was originally disclosed. I would also note that in a review of the preliminary hearing that the court did, that Attorney Becker, who was part of the team that was representing Ms. Rice, did in his cross-examination of the state's witness for that hearing allude to a re-interview to the officer that took place in Wolf Point approximately about a year after the original interview, which took place again in the summer or early fall of 2007. That would fit the time frame of the interview in Wolf Point in September of 2008. So Mr. Becker did not specifically say that interview or gave a date and time, but he did make reference to the interview being over about a year later than the original interview. So I don't know if it's the same one or if there's a third one somewhere else. That part's not knowledgeable to me. But I do find that the state, or that the defense did know about it. The fact that neither the state nor the defense knew that the file that was shared was empty. But again, I find that the defendants or the defense could have obtained that knowledge of it being empty and obtaining the actual interview with reasonable diligence on their part. So that having been said, in finding that conclusion, that would be, I guess, item 2 of the Brady review as to any violation by the state. So on that point, the court will not dismiss this case, nor will there be a remedy for the defense in regard to their motion. As to the second part of their motion, failure to disclose the report that was received by the state based on the information that the court has sometime late last week or over the weekend. This report was the bombshell, as Mr. Sand described it, And then again, he lists this as a giglio violation, again, that being reference to a particular case. The criteria for that is the same as Brady. It's just that it's expanded it from the evidentiary portion to actual witnesses. That the disclosure of the information that could be used by either party for the purpose of impeaching a witness is now part of that Brady review or the same criteria. In regard to that, the court finds that under number 3 of the Brady review, there was no suppression by the state. Also found that whether or not that information would reasonably change the possible outcome or make a difference, the possibility of a different outcome, the court does not find those as being appropriate in this case. The court would, however, allude to the fact that because that report came late, again, having nothing to do with this trial per se or the people in it, other than, as Ms. Sorgan said, the tangential reference to Officer Asham, the court is inclined to give the state some time, if they wish to do so, to do a deposition of Officer Asham in preparation for her testimony and your ability to cross-examine that. As to count 3, this is the request in regard to there not being sufficient probable cause. Again, this would be with regard to Devon Hall. The court denies that motion aspect also, based on the court having reviewed, again, the preliminary hearing information, having reviewed the actual September of 2008 interview of Mr. Hall. The court finds that the outcome of the probable cause hearing, the preliminary hearing, would not have been any different. The information that was shared at that preliminary hearing is not changed or modified or in any way would have affected the court's decision at that time based on the hearing of that September 2008 interview with Mr. Hall. As a matter of fact, the court's thought is that it did nothing in addition. All the information that was shared at the preliminary hearing was sufficient for the court to make its finding, and that additional interview would not have changed that one way or the other. Again, I want to make clear that the court is aware that the current report having been made was specific to a Lieutenant McLeod, who was part of the Minot Police Department. And I will go with Mr. Sand's position that the information in that report is horrible, for lack of a better term. It's disgraceful, it's scary, I get all of that. But again, I don't believe that it is directly causal to this particular case, and I didn't find any connections in the report that would bring it to that level. What I did find is, again, credibility of the possibility of a witness, specifically Officer Asham. I keep saying that right. I apologize if I don't. But that will be for the purview of the jury. Accordingly, the court will give the state an opportunity to depose Officer Asham. She will make herself available, and the state is required to do that. She will be available from this point forward all the way until 1 o'clock tomorrow. The idea would be, I know you need preparation work to do a deposition. I know you have to somehow schedule a deposition, and I know you will want to perhaps articulate a review once you've done the deposition with regard to her testimony. My understanding is her testimony is not until sometime next week as a possibility, but again, it may also affect that deposition may affect the possibility of other material witnesses in regard who may be a part of the police department. Again,
Can I ask you some clarification?
no, not at this point. Again, I do not believe in my review of that report that you're going to find that information, but then again, that's not my job. So I'll leave that to the defense to do that if they wish. That having been said, the court is still at this time, based on my denial of your motions, going to go forward with the swearing in of the jury today, and we will do opening instructions and opening arguments, and we will take the first two witnesses today. At that point, we will not be in court tomorrow morning. We will start court again at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Wow.
Now, Ms. Sorgan, do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor. You had indicated twice the state could depose Ms. Asham. Did you mean the defense?
No, I meant that the state would make her available. If I said the state would depose her, I apologize. It would be the defense would have the opportunity to depose Officer Ashton.
Just double
The
checking,
state would
Your
make her available.
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
I apologize if I said that.
You did say it.
Mr. Sand, other than the look on your face, anything else?
I'm just going to maintain my objections, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's decision.
Anything
but
other than the
I have
look
to
on your
maintain my
face.
objections.
You
There's a
do.
lot. There's a lot more work that this report calls out than just a deposition of one person, and due process is being violated for my client. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Okay, and I do appreciate that, Mr. Sand, and again, that will be your position. It's not the position of the court at this time. All right, Ms. Sorgan, anything else for this hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
The time is 3:30. I'm going to call the jury back in 5 minutes at 3:35. We will swear the jury in. We will then do instructions and opening statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
I think I'm here for this one, y'all. We ain't even heard the opening statements, and I'm like, ooh, give me more, give me more. Donnie said this is going to be good. Well, I'm kind of excited about it. I'm kind of excited about it.
Okay? Okay?
So I agree with you, Michelle, that he does look a little scary. I was being nice, but he sounds nice and kind. His voice does. His voice does not match his appearance.
Okay, Mr. Crane, are you on the line? Mr. Crane? Is Court TV on the line?
Yeah, we are. Here we
Is
are.
there someone other than who's in the courtroom? Is there Mr. Crane, are you on this line? Is there anyone on Court TV that's on this line? All right, they're no longer in. They're out.
Hey, Morgana. Yeah, you got to
I'll start.
rewind,
Ms. Sorgan,
Morgana.
Is this the jury that was selected? Do you waive roll call of that jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, does the defense waive roll call of the jury?
We'll waive roll call, Your Honor, but we will just bring up Your Honor's comment. That you
Yeah,
dismissed.
Morgana. This trial is going to be juicy.
Okay, you want me to just repeat my rationale for that?
Just putting it on the record.
No, I appreciate that, and the court did that. I apologize. Juror 44 had a panic attack. He couldn't breathe. He was distraught. It was unfair to keep him. We have 4 alternates, so I'm assuming we now have 3.
Oh, the defense is big mad about already losing a juror. The defendant looks like...
Not necessarily the best judge of characters, but I was pretty clear that his was real. And it was
The defendant looks like she's on the verge of a panic attack too.
wasn't an act or a show. It's just so he could get out of jury duty. Okay. Make sure I got this right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Let me go back real quick just to make sure. Hold on. Did he just say all that in front of the jury? Or wait, was he going to read this and wait a minute, I don't know if the jury's in there yet. Hold on. What was it that the defense said that made the judge say all that? Hold on.
Mr. Sand, does the defense waive roll call of the jury?
We'll waive roll call, Your Honor, but we will just bring up Your Honor's comment that you dismissed Juror 44.
Oh.
Okay. You want me to just repeat my rationale for that?
Just putting it on the record.
No, I appreciate that. And the court did that. I apologize. Juror 44 had a panic attack. He couldn't breathe. He was distraught. It was unfair to keep him. We have 4 alternates, so I'm assuming we now have 3. I'm not necessarily the best judge of characters, but I was pretty clear that his was real, and it wasn't an act or a show, just so he could get out of jury duty. Okay. Let me make sure I got this right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to give you some instructions at this time.
Your Honor, we do have one juror who needs hearing assist.
I'm sorry?
We have one juror who needs hearing assist.
She has changed,
Oh,
okay. She has changed her mind on that, and I
Okey
apologize.
dokey.
Thanks for reminding me, Ms. Sorgan, because I said I was going to put it on the record. So she has said that
Oh,
she
wow.
did not
Okay.
do
So the
that.
jury was there.
And
The
again,
jury did
thank
hear
you,
him say that.
Susan, I appreciate that. Go ahead. I'm going to have the jury swear an oath.
Everyone in the jury panel, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will consider all the evidence in this case, follow the instructions given to you, and deliberate fairly and impartially and reach a fair verdict, so help you God? If so, please signify by saying, I do.
Yeah, they
Are
were
there
in
any
there.
nays? Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Members of the jury, before we start the trial, I'm going to give you some instructions to help you understand and perform your service as a juror. Although these instructions will not be reread at the end of the trial, they are every bit a part of the other instructions on the law that you will receive at the conclusion of the trial. Conclusion of the evidence, improper evidence from you. You must be fair and impartial.
Okay.
Everyone is equal under the law.
I skipped live to where, so we're in real time now.
All are entitled to fair treatment. You should not be prejudiced against or biased for a person for such reasons as race, gender, religion, political views, social views, wealth, or poverty. Your decision must not be influenced by the filing of an information charging that the defendant, Nicole Aaron Rice, on or about June 2nd or 3rd, 2007, in Ward County, North Dakota, committed the offense of murder. The defendant pled not guilty to the charge. The defendant pled not guilty. Before the defendant can be convicted, the state must prove all the essential elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that the defendant has been charged with a criminal offense is not evidence and must not be considered by you as evidence. The information merely states the charge in legal form and outlines the issues to be determined by you from the evidence under these instructions. The defendant is presumed to be innocent unless the contrary, the defendant's guilt, is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state has not proved the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The state must prove all the essential elements of the crime charged by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, if you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime, then you must find the defendant not guilty. The state is not required to prove guilt beyond all doubt, but beyond a reasonable doubt. You should find the defendant guilty only if you have a firm and abiding conviction of the defendant's guilt based on a full and fair consideration of the evidence presented in this case and not from any other source. Evidence comes into a case when it has been offered by one side or the other, and it is received by me. Evidence can be a document, a photo, clothing, or anything we can see, touch, smell, or hear. A witness is a person who testifies under oath, either here in the courtroom or who has earlier testified under oath, and that testimony was recorded, videotaped, or placed into transcript form. A fact can be proved by either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, or by both. If an eyewitness testifies about what the witness saw, that is an example of direct evidence. If the ground is bare when you go to sleep, but it is covered with a blanket of snow when you awake, this is circumstantial evidence that it snowed while you were asleep. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. You should give all evidence the weight and value you believe it is entitled to receive. A conviction may be justified on circumstantial evidence alone if the circumstantial evidence has such probative force as to enable you to find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are the judges of all questions of fact in this case. You alone must weigh the evidence under these instructions and determine the credibility of the witnesses. As to these matters, I express no opinion. In performing this task, you may consider those facts and circumstances in the case which tend to strengthen, weaken, or contradict a witness's testimony. You may consider age, intelligence, and experience, strength or weakness of recollection, how a witness came to know the facts to which the witness testified, possible interest in the outcome of the trial, any bias or prejudice a witness may have, manner and appearance, whether a witness was frank or evasive, and whether the testimony was reasonable or unreasonable. If you find a conflict in the evidence, you should reconcile it if you can. If you cannot do so, you have the right to determine whom of the witnesses you will believe, in whole or in part. You should consider the evidence using your common sense and experience. An attorney is an officer of the court. It is an attorney's duty to interview witnesses in advance of the trial and to present evidence on behalf of a client, to make proper objections, and to argue fully a client's cause. However, the argument or other remarks of an attorney, except admissions and stipulations noted in the course of the trial, must not be considered by you as evidence. If counsel or I have made any comments or statements concerning the evidence which you find are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them and rely on your own recollection or observation. If counsel have made any statements as to the law which are not supported by these instructions, you should disregard those statements. The admission of evidence in a case is governed by rules of law. From time to time, it may be the duty of the prosecuting attorney or the defendant's attorney to make objections, and my duty as judge to rule on these objections. If I state that an objection is sustained, this means that the question may not be answered or the exhibit may not be received into evidence. If I state that the objection is overruled, this means that the question may be answered or the exhibit received in evidence. If I say an answer be stricken, this means that you must disregard an answer that has already been given. You must not concern yourself with the objections or my reasons for these rulings, nor should you speculate as to what the answer may have been. No ruling or statement or remark which I may make during the course of this trial is intended to indicate any opinion by me as to what the facts are. For you alone determine the facts. You alone must decide on the believability of the evidence and its weight and its value. Occasionally, the attorneys may confer with me out of your hearing or I may excuse you from the courtroom so that a point of law or an objection can be argued. Sometimes these conferences are held at the bench or here in the courtroom. If you are excused from the courtroom, please accompany the bailiffs to the jury room and relax. These are times when we are resolving issues of law or procedure and not facts, which you determine. Your performance of your duty as a juror is vital to our system of justice. Perform your duty without any fear, favor, or passion, and base your verdict on the evidence. I will give you the applicable law. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or the individuals or entities involved. You must not consult dictionaries or other reference materials, search the internet, or use any electronic device to obtain information about this case. Do not obtain information from any source outside the courtroom or visit the scene of any events discussed during trial. During this trial, you must not talk to anyone, including your family and friends, about the case. You must not communicate with anyone about the case on your cell phone or other wireless devices, through email, text messaging, or any social networking medium, including Facebook or Twitter. While you deliberate, you will not be allowed to possess any wireless communication device. The parties have a right to have this case decided only on evidence they know about and that has been presented here in court. If you communicate about the case or do some research, investigation, or experiment that we do not know about, then your verdicts may be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth and the right to cross-examination. That would not be fair to the parties. Until you deliberate, please do not discuss the case with any or remain within hearing of anyone who is discussing it outside the courtroom. At the close of the trial, I will provide you with further instructions regarding the law to be applied by you to this case and the procedures to be followed by you in arriving at your verdict. Dated this 18th day of March 2025 by the court, Richard L. Hagar, District Court Judge. Ms. Sorgen, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you, Rosebud, for coming in with that information. In case you missed it, for the workers and lurkers, the ones that were just listening but wasn't seeing the chat, Rosebud has done a little bit of homework. And she says, so apparently the blonde offed her roommate, but there was no suspicion brought forth until the police found out years later that she lied about being out of town when the person perished. Apparently, she started talking to somebody like 20 years down the road about it, and they went forward with it to law enforcement. That's why I say eventually somebody talks and the light comes to the dark. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. So, very good to know. Very good to know. Yeah. We'll go on with the opening, depending on how long it is. If it's very long, I'll probably stop at like 5:15, which is in about 20 minutes, and call it for the day. But yes, I will of course continue watching later on. And we'll have to continue this. We'll have to continue this because I'm interested.
Do you have me caught? Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the jury. That's what you are now. You are the jury. As Judge Hager has just instructed you, it's your job to listen to the facts in this case as they are presented. And as Mr. Nelson told you during voir dire, how we do that is through the testimony of witnesses in that witness stand right over there, and through the introduction of exhibits. 18 years ago, 18-year-old Anita Knudsen was stabbed to death in Minot, North Dakota. Anita had dreams of becoming a teacher. She was a college student at MSU. And when she was a student at MSU, her roommate was Nicole Thomas Rice, known as Nicole Thomas at that time. The state intends to show you evidence. There was bad blood between these two girls, and their living situation was highly toxic. The state intends to show you evidence that on the early morning hours of June 3rd, 2007.
Yeah, had it backwards, right? That's right.
Nicole
The
Thomas
dark
Rice
comes to the light.
stabbed Anita Knudsen twice in the chest, killing her. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses who established this timeline. I did a trial back in September. It was another murder trial. And my trial partner made a statement during closing that's echoed with me for a while, where he said, crime loves silence. Now, in that particular case, we had a defendant who had killed someone who could have blown the lid off of a pretty big drug operation. But that phrase stuck with me. Crime loves silence. As you have heard, this has been a cold case. Ms. Rice was not charged with this crime until 2022, 15 years after it happened. It's a bit of the tortoise and the hare, slow and steady. Law enforcement took the time to make sure we're the right person. There were some new developments that occurred over the years. You're going to hear testimony with regards to that. But as Mr. Nelson also told you during voir dire, there's some information that was looked back on in a different light. Because, as we all know, sometimes when you hear something in the instant, it means something a little bit more significant once you look back on it. I think that's what they meant then. Or, oh, that really is why that was important. You're going to hear whispers from the past across the void of time that led to these charges. Silent no more. And we are concluded with this case. We are confident that you are going to find Nicole Thomas Rice guilty of the murder of Anita Knudsen. Thank you.
Mr. Sand, do you wish to make an opening statement for your defense? You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Sorgan.
That was a very quick opening statement. And I know, right, Donnie? She looks really good in that color. And her glasses match her suit. I'm here for it.
You guys hear me all right? Wonderful. First of all, thank you for being here. I know we said that during jury selection. This is a huge commitment. I'm sure it's very stressful. Taking a lot of time out of your lives, and we really appreciate it. Now, as the state's attorney said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence in this case. You're going to see a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of testimony. At the end of it, I disagree with the state. You're going to know after you hear that Nicole did not kill Anita. Now, what happened to Anita is terrible. It's awful. It's every family's nightmare. It's every parent's nightmare. It's every town's nightmare. and Anita died in 2007. We're sitting here in 2025. Now, we talked in jury selection about what changed between now and then. And I'm going to show you what changed. I'm going to tell you what changed. The witnesses are going to show you what changed. It was pressure from a TV show, a nationally syndicated program that came in, worked with the Minot Police Department, didn't dig up anything of substance, but put an incredible amount of pressure on the state's attorney's office, the police department, to bring charges in this case. Now, you're going to hear from the original officers. I anticipate you'll hear from them. They're on the state's witness list. Those are good officers. They worked this case really hard, and they followed up with a lot of people. And they didn't charge Nicole. They didn't charge Nicole because she didn't do it. Nicole got charged after a national media circus descended on Minot. You're going to hear evidence, just like the state said.
I don't know if he said, but I think I read somewhere that it was like Oxygen network that something. I'm not positive, but
Hear evidence that they reached out to the FBI to find out who did this. They didn't say Nicole. And I'll tell you who they said. They said it pointed to a man named Devin Hall. And I'm going to come back to that. Every time the police called Nicole, she showed up. She talked to him. She said, "How can I help?" Not everybody did that. Now, this Devin Hall, he was a 17-year-old kid from the Fort Peck Reservation out in Montana. The evidence is going to show you he traveled to Minot. That's where the murder happened. The evidence is going to show you he admitted to possession of the murder weapon, which was a walking knife, like a buck knife. It had an Indian head on one side. At one time, it had Indian heads on two sides, but one fell off. And the evidence is going to show you that when the police showed that knife to Devin, he said, "Is this your knife?" And he's going to say, "I've had that knife." And you say, "How do you know?" It's missing the Indian head on the other side. You're going to find out that Devin Hall was caught breaking into other women's apartments that weekend through a window. Please listen to that. The state's going to tease that evidence out too, but they're going to try to change how it sounds. It's also important that you're going to look at someone's behavior. Devin Hall, the evidence is going to show you, continued this kind of behavior. And he had implications, not just back on his home reservation, but federally as well. You're going to hear testimony regarding a suspect that was the lead suspect in this case that ran from the apartment complex that Anita and Nicole lived in. You're going to hear this man was described as a 6'2" Native American young man who was sprinting at 7 o'clock in the morning from that apartment complex to the next apartment complex with blood on his t-shirt. You're going to hear from officer reports. You're going to hear that they worked with the FBI, like I told you, and you're going to hear from other investigations, some of our own, that point to Devin Hall. That's where all the fingers point in this case. On top of that, there was other work that was done in this case that showed other suspects that were much more culpable than Nicole. There was the maintenance man you're going to hear about. The maintenance man who in the morning showed up, found a broken into apartment with curtains and a curtain rod strewn outside that he threw back in. That maintenance man was interviewed, and on New Year's Eve, the next year around, he committed suicide. And the night before he committed suicide, he talked to a friend and said he had something very heavy on his heart. You're going to hear about someone else, the prom date of Miss Knudsen. This prom date ended up moving into the same apartment as Miss Knudsen, same apartment building, went on to continue to be a sleuth throughout Miss Knudsen's, after her murder, and has been sitting in many of these court hearings as we go. He was a prime suspect. The cops describe him as obsessed with Anita. You're going to hear that Nicole had an alibi while this went on. She wasn't there. You're going to hear she did not do this. This is a media sensationalized case. And that's the person they want. They want the roommate, the college roommate. That sells. What doesn't sell is somebody who's dead or an indigent person that lives out in the middle of nowhere in Montana. Nicole sells. And that's what's going on here. And I'm sorry that I get impassioned, but I'm sure you understand the seriousness of this. The state's going to talk to you about a toxic roommate relationship.
Oh, good
I know
night,
we
Brenda.
discussed this in jury instructions.
Have a good
Siblings,
night,
roommates,
friend.
They fight. There's issues about an unplugged fish tank, about an alarm clock that wouldn't stop going off. The evidence is going to show you people like Nicole don't kill their roommates over that kind of stuff. They don't put knives through their sternums. The evidence is going to show you Nicole Rice didn't do this. This entire case toward Nicole has been an abortion of justice, and it can stop now. And Anita deserves justice. But justice is out there. It's not here. This is a show. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sand.
He sure likes
Sorgan,
using
call
that
your first witness.
phrase.
State calls Sharon Knudsen.
Someone call in Ms. Knudsen, please.
Sharon Knudsen.
Thank you.
This has got to be a family member of the victim. Obviously, right? Obviously. It is actually 5:09, and I think I'm going to end it here. So I know, I wanted to get through the opening statements. So as far as witness testimony, we can resume with that the next time we talk about this, which might be tomorrow. So, hey, Patricia. Hi. How are you, dearie? Hi, Patricia. Hope you've had a great day. All right. I'm going to scooch. But if you guys are interested in watching the rest of today's trial here, I will grab the link for you. And you can finish watching it at Law and Crime. And, yeah, I guess we could probably talk about it tomorrow. He did say, I think that he said that they would not be having court tomorrow morning, but they would be starting at 1, which is 2 Eastern. So, and tomorrow in the other trial that we've been watching, the snowplow one, that one, the state is rested, so the defense should be starting their case tomorrow. I don't know, how many witnesses they'll have, but they could be ready to go into closings tomorrow, is my guess. I don't know. But anyway, we will rejoin tomorrow morning-ish, depending on how her virtual school stuff is going. It's been wonky as of late. There was another, her teacher had a doctor's appointment today, And yeah, so things were all up in the air, off and on, and twisted backwards today. But we will see you guys back tomorrow. And I don't know, we'll have to play it by ear as far as when the snowplow trial part is done. Maybe recapping the rest of today or something. These two witnesses that are supposed to happen today. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to call it. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys back tomorrow, okay? Make sure to hit that thumbs up before you leave. And subscribe if you're new. Click that notification bell. And then #replay. In the comments down below if you're watching this on the replay. Okay? Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you. Mean it. Bye.